The following program is available in described video.
You are watching the Paralympic Winter Games Beijing 2022 on CBC.
It is the final day of the Games, and in Beijing there must be so many emotions. Relief, joy, and a certain sadness too. It all went by so quickly. For everyone, it was a long journey to get to this finish line. Now it's time to reflect on the remarkable Games that were. Hello everyone, good morning and welcome to Beijing 2022 and the Paralympic Winter Games on CBC. Scott Russell along with Summer Mortimer. It's the final day of the Games, the final competitions as we lead toward the closing ceremony at the magnificent Bird's Nest. We're going to end these Games the way we began, Summer, by featuring ordinary people who are capable of extraordinary things. And in the final day of competition, we'll take a look at cross country and the last races of the Games. And we'll begin with the mixed relay as the Games move towards gender equity.
Yes, it's so important and so long overdue. The mixed race adds a level of complexity to competition that we haven't seen before. You never know what strategies countries are going to put in place. They can pick specific athletes with any classification, so the combinations are really endless.
All right, so it's the mixed relay. There are 4 legs, 2.5 kilometers each. There must be at least one woman per team, and as Summer mentioned, you can use any classification, sitting, standing, or visually impaired. So, Summer, why don't we take a look at the Canadian team in this relay?
The Canadians competing together today, Colin Cameron of Bracebridge, Ontario, who has won 2 bronze medals here in sit skiing. Emily Young of Kelowna, BC, won silver in the mixed relay in Pyeongchang. Mark Arends of PEI has 3 biathlon medals in Beijing. And lastly, Natalie Wilkie of Salmon Arm, BC, has won 2 gold medals and a silver in cross country. Let's go out to the National Biathlon Center in Zhangjiakou, the mixed relay, and to call the race, Steve Robilliard and Andy Bodfish.
We have 8 teams lining up in this mixed relay, and mixed meaning there must be at least one woman in the 4-person team. Ukraine, Japan, Canada, Poland, the USA and Germany all have 2 men and 2 women in their lineups, and Ukraine, very strong combination. They'll be led off by Taras Rad. Have to consider them a good chance of taking it out today, as they are defending champions, but they've got 4 new races compared to 4 years ago, whereas Canada have 3 returning, and they'll be led out by Colin Cameron. So we're using 2 different courses, and we're using classic and freestyle techniques as well, rotating evenly through those. It's quite a complicated and very different looking formula for racing today, and we'll walk you through it as the races unfold. But 2 great relays to look forward to, and a really different perspective and look to the racing here.
Yeah, Ukraine for sure the squad to beat. The defending world champions as well, won the last 2 editions of the world champions in the mixed 4 by 2.5K. Most recent of those was in Lillehammer just 9 weeks ago. They've dropped Leah Shenko out of the quartet here and brought in Alexandra Kononova, but Taras Rad, Irina Bui and Pavlo Bal on the start line here. They've had a fabulous Paralympic Winter Games, the Ukrainians. So too the Chinese. Shan Yilin goes off first for China. They have Wang Chenyang, Zhang Peng, 2 gold medals in his locker personally, and Kai Jiayun will anchor the Chinese home, and Germany as well with medals in their team. Leonie Walter and Anja Vicker, Marco Meyer as well with Nico Messenger bringing those home. But that's Taras Rad. He has 3 medals, 2 for Bui And Handover with a couple of medals, a silver and a gold as well. And Pablo Bal yet to get on the podium personally, but a big opportunity here with the four-handed squad for Ukraine in this relay race.
So the big number on the bib is their team number. The smaller number is the leg that they are skiing. So Taras Rad is in bib number 1 and skier number 1, and we are away. And Taras Rad to lead it off for Ukraine. It's Brazil's Robertson Lula, Iwamoto Kaigo for Japan, Colin Cameron for Canada, Witold Skupian for Poland, Oksana Masters for the United States, Shanyi Lin of China, and in Germany in bib number 8, Anja Vicker at the rear of the field initially. And you'll see that the standing skiers are in the classic technique, and they are using the sit ski course for this first lap. 2.5 Ks each, and it won't take too long to get this race done. And the percentage factoring, we can explain that as the race unfolds as well. But if you're a fan of Germany, do not be concerned that Anja Vicker is well at the tail of the field already, because the quicker members of her team will be skiing subsequently, and it all evens out according to the factoring system and the percentages, but it does work out differently to the individual races. And they've done their best to groom this course overnight. It really chopped up badly yesterday on a hectic day of racing, and what's left of it looks in pretty good order. They're using 2 different courses as well, so that will help preserve the courses.
Cameron taking that corner at speed. It's Taras Rad up ahead. 1 and 1 on the bib for Ukraine. Entirely new quartet to the one that secured the gold medal 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. Batinkova, Bauman, Shishkova, Alyoshenko, Uri, Utkin were the foursome that delivered the golds up in the mountains of Alpine. Yuri Utkin, the only Ukrainian there that isn't involved this time around. They have such a deep squad, the Ukrainians, in the para-biathlon competition and the cross-country. They have absolutely smashed it, and Taras Rad trying his utmost here to give Irina Bui a decent advantage on that second leg, that second 2.5, and as well the Brazilians with Robelson Lula and Christian Ribera, a bit of a legend, Aline Rocha, Guillaume Rocha also trying to get an historic medal at the Winter Paralympic Games for South America, but Taras Rad is doing it, laying down the gauntlet thus far for Team Ukraine.
So Ukraine sending out one of their higher percentage races in Taras Rad to start with. He's on 88% for this event. So in the mixed relay, the combined percentage of each team has to total around 330. And Taras Rad is at 88%. Their normal racing percentages have been adjusted for the relays by 18% per leg for the female athletes and 12% per leg for the sit ski athletes. And it sounds initially quite complicated, but when you drill down, it's a little similar to wheelchair basketball, wheelchair rugby, sitting volleyball, where there's a maximum number of points, or in this case, a maximum percentage allowed. Let's see if there's a incident here. Yes, unfortunately there.
That's the Brazilian.
Yes. Robelson Lula taking a fall there. Basically, there's a maximum number of percentage points allowed for each team, and that levels things out. So we go back out onto one of the downhill sections here that gives the skiers the opportunity to relax and fill the lungs with oxygen and surge into the start-finish area. We can explain also, as it happens, the relay exchange. There's no baton, obviously, or even a physical touch between the skiers. The arriving athlete skis across an exchange finish line just 5 meters ahead of the departure line, but in an adjacent lane. And we'll see how it happens, as it does.
It was Rad at the 1 kilometre checkpoint, 7 seconds ahead of Colin Cameron. Starting out for the Canadians, he's switched from the open relay team there. Cameron, you can just see rounding that right hand up on the podium in Pyeongchang. Also the athlete with a couple of bronze medals. So close to getting on the podium in all his events. Colin Cameron there, the 33-year-old in the cross-country, that is. He was just out of the medals in the middle distance for sitting athletes, finished fourth there. But a pair of thirds in the sprint and the long distance, was fourth as well in the sitting biathlon individual event.
So the Masters, a couple of gold and 4 silver, great games for the American. Pushing around the first time for the United States. She'll be followed by Sydney Peterson, Daniel Knosson and Jake Adikoff. Visual impaired skier with Sam Wood, the guide for Adikoff when it comes. But it is Rad doing a nice job here for Ukraine at the moment. Colin Cameron with an 84% calculation in this event to Rad's 88. So by rights, Rad should be fractionally ahead of Cameron, and that's how it's playing out. Coming in for the first exchange. First of 4 laps about to be completed.
Yeah, quick fire action in the relays, that's what we like. So Rad here will be handing on to Irina Bui and Colin Cameron into Emily Young here with Mark Arenson and Natalie Wilkie going later. By the way, it's Handover who's going to be bringing home the Ukrainians.
So Irina Bui, see the next skier off to the right there, and there's Emily Young taking off for Canada. Masters comes in, frees it up for Sydney Peterson to take up the skiing for the United States.
Yeah, she's had an excellent breakout here in Beijing. Sydney Peterson for the USA. And Wang for China will be running the second leg. So he gets away. Wang Chen Yang, gold medalist in the middle distance, in the cross-country 11th and 8th in the sprint and the long distance. This is where it starts to get interesting with the handovers. That's Farron for the Poles. Scupion and Farron are going to be running 2 legs apiece here in this relay race, the first of 2 relay races. This the mixed 4x2.5 with the open to follow as the Para-Nordic programme winds down here at the end of a fabulous 9 days of competition to Beijing 2022.
Yes, under the race rules, an athlete can ski more than 1 leg, and Poland operating that way with Scupion and Farron doing all the racing, and Canada's Emily Young looking smooth out on the course. The snow looking much better than late in the day yesterday. They've done a nice job grooming it overnight, protecting what's there. And Vicker comes in for Germany, and next to go out for them will be Leonie Volter and guide Permin Strecker. Volter's also had a very good games.
Yeah, Germany with an excellent 9 days of competition across the para-biathlon and the cross-country. A couple of big stars have made their name here. Up at the front of the field, it's Bui who looks to maintain the lead for Ukraine. And a Bui there, 26 years of age, a couple of medals in the locker, a gold medalist in the biathlon, the middle distance, a bronze in the cross-country middle. Pushing out.
Yeah, we mentioned Volter's good games for Germany, a gold and 3 bronze. The team's pushing forward their best athletes, obviously, for this mixed relay, followed by the open relay, where there'll be 12 teams. That's going to be a very busy race. And we're just coming up to 10 past 10 in the morning here, so still reasonably crisp, but by winter sport standards, very mild
Yeah, it's Emily Young for Canada, the only athlete in this quartet who hasn't got an individual medal so far in these games. Completed 5 races. Closest she's come at 5th in the long distance race in cross country. She's had finishes of 7th, 8th and 6th in the biathlon events, but was part of the medal winning squad, silver squad in this mixed 4x2.5 4 years ago in Pyeongchang, a bronze medalist also in the 7.5.
Now Wang just overtaking the Canadian. He's a gold medalist in the middle distance freestyle standing event, so he's in good form, obviously. An 8th in the longer distance event and 11th in the sprint. And here's Sydney Peterson for the US.
Yeah, bronze and a silver for Peterson. Had an excellent games, all things considered, the 20-year-olds. The first big international competition. Well, it only happened in January at the World Champs. Lillehammer, and on the podium on 3 occasions there. A pair of silver medals and a bronze in the sprint, the middle distance and the long distance there.
23 seconds the lead after 1K of the second leg. So Bui continuing the strong start for Ukraine in this mixed 4x2.5K relay. Wang starting to close in perhaps on Bui.
Bui is really pushed out here on this second leg for Ukraine. Emily Young struggling a bit. There'll be a bit of catch-up to be done by Marka Rentz, who goes 3rd for the Canadians, and they're going to be brought home by Natalie Wilkie, a 2-time gold medalist here, and Sydney Peterson trying to keep the United States in the hunt. She'll be handing over to Daniel Knossen with Jake Adikov, the VI skier, bringing the Americans home. Sydney Peterson then 42 seconds down at the most recent checkpoint.
Farron of Poland, then it's Brazil, Japan and Germany at this stage. Volta skiing the second leg for the Germans with her guide Permin Strecker, but this is Poland's Iveta Farron. And she'll be backing up to ski the last leg as well. Just the 2 of them in it for Poland. Skupian, who led out for them.
So it's Ukraine from China, and then Canada and the United States, Poland, Brazil, Japan and Germany. That is our race order here in the mixed 4x2.5 kilometre relay events.
Canada is contending. We'll be back with the conclusion of the mixed relay after the break. The final action of Beijing 2022 continues on Paralympic Winter Games morning. Stay with us.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Petro-Canada. Supporting Canada's coaches and athletes is one way we live by the lead.
When it's time for adventure, it's time to Toyota. Check out our latest offers at shoptoyota.ca.
Train for your true calling with the Canadian Armed Forces. A message from the Government of Canada.
Hoy te he mirado sin quererlo, te he mirado a mi lado pasar. Me tuve que tragar el sentimiento, no supe de tu aliento, no más te vi pasar.
Dad. Always growing. What we learn from play, we learn for life.
Start your impossible. Toyota, proud sponsor of the Olympic and Paralympic Games.
Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in mine, baby, don't ever look back. And we can build this dream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
What is a gem?
Excellent question.
He is. She's a gem. They're a gem.
Awesome.
This is definitely a gem.
It's perfect, Ashley.
But so is this.
Whoa!
And that.
You can explore and find out more.
Oh, and this, of course.
You were pinky sworn to sire.
I do not have pinky.
Find your gem on CBC Gem and stream it for free.
Today, 9 days of competition will come to a conclusion with the Paralympic Winter Games closing ceremony. We'll have coverage of that coming up at 8 a.m. Eastern. But the sport isn't over yet. Let's head back to the cross-country mixed relay to see how it all played out at Zhangjiakou.
Yeah, Wang with a tremendous surge there at the end of the second leg for China. And handing over to Zhang Peng, a fabulous games, one of the more experienced Chinese athletes in this squad. And then that's our third Ukrainian, Pavlo Bal. He'll be handing over to Kolinova when it comes to the last changeover, but it's China who've just moved up here in this relay race. And then Emily Young will come in and Marka Renz will take over, a three-time medalist for the Canadians in the individual events thus far in these games. There he is, Renz.
So you observe the exchange there. Arentz was not allowed to go over his line until the finishing athlete had crossed, and that was Emily Young. So that's how the exchange is done. It's no possibility of a drop baton or anything as untoward as that, the way it's done in the relays at these games.
41-year-old Daniel Knossen taking over for the USA. Individually, it hasn't quite happened for him. He had an excellent Pyeongchang games, did Knossen. But an opportunity here to try and move up and build on the good work put in by Sydney Peterson before Jake Adikoff takes over. Latter changeovers as Skupian goes again, so not a great deal of time for Skupian to recover after he ran the first leg here for Poland in this relay race. The 32-year-old best finish thus far in Beijing was a 5th in the long-distance cross-country event.
Out on the course, we've got Pavlo Bal racing against Zheng Peng. And Zheng, it'll be a good duel between those two. We've got Germany finishing and now handing over to Marco Meyer to do the third leg for Germany. He might be able to make some significant progress here and bring Germany back into the race. Already moved up from last to 6th. And we've got Brazil and Japan. And for the third leg, Dos Santos Rocha for Brazil and Mori for Japan.
So that's Bal of Ukraine. Not on the podium in individual events thus far. Best finish 6th in the biathlon middle distance. We've had 10 different athletes on the podium. One step or another of the podium thus far in these games. The Ukrainians not quite up with China's 15 medalists, but still a hugely impressive haul all told for Ukraine. 28 medals in either parabiathlon or the cross country.
They need a big
the last 9 days in Beijing.
Yeah, they need a big leg here from Bal. He's taking on Zhang.
It's a North American battle as well for third. Knosson and Adikov, it's down to them to take Arens and Wilkie, the last two home for Canada. Canada were the silver medalists in this event 4 years ago. Arens was part of that crew.
Does look very good for China. They've got Tai Jia-yun to finish with a 96% factoring, and that's one of the highest in the field. They've taken the gamble on going with 270s in Shan and Zhang, but Zhang not too far off the pace here of Pavlo Bal, so still looking good for China, even though they're sitting second at the moment. And a good race it'll be for third with Canada and the United States. So Rentz skiing against Knosson for that battle.
Yeah, and at that last changeover, only around 10 seconds in it between Canada and the USA, with the Poles way further back there with Witold Skupian before he hands over again to Farron, running another leg for the Poles. So that's Bal coming up at 4 and 3 on the bib. That's Mark Arentz of Canada, 1, 2 and 3 in this mixed 4x2.5 relay race.
Mark Arentz coming up on the back of Zhang. And it'll be Natalie Wilkie bringing it home for Canada, and Arentz to hand over to her. She's had an excellent games. I was talking about the conditions of the snow in yesterday's competition, that she arrived thinking it would be one way and then raced and found it so much harder than she expected, even allowing for knowing that the course was starting to suffer as Arentz steps over into the other track to overtake China. But I must say that Zhang is doing a great job holding on to Pavlo Bal here, not much between them. And he should hand over to Tsai Ji-yun with China in a great position to maybe take this out.
Bal, Zhang and Arentz then, Ukraine, China and Canada. So Bal will be handing over to Alexandra Koninova to bring it home for Ukraine.
China finished 9th 4 years ago, but we need hardly tell you again how much they've improved since then, and the athletes they've uncovered and trained up to a very high standard.
And Zhang was part of that team, wasn't he, in Pyeongchang 4 years ago, the elder statesman of the squad. So Zhang onto Kai Jia-yun to bring it home for China. Or, well, that's the big hope of the largely partisan crowd here, but this is where it all gets very frantic over the last 2.5 here in this mixed relay race. Kononova, Kai, Wilkie, Adikov, Messinger for Germany, Farron, Abe and Rocha will be the last leg, runners and riders. So that's Knossen on to Adikov. A couple of medals already. His guide as well will do his bit. Sam Wood for the United States. It's between Canada and the USA for that last podium place at present.
So the United States 30 seconds behind Ukraine, but the battle up front, there was nothing in it at the exchange. But is Tai Jia-yun quick enough? The percentages certainly have to back him as a very strong chance, racing against Kononova of Ukraine and Wilkie of Canada. That's the battle out front. And, well, it's no surprise, really. So I've been able to clear out that it's Kononova and Wilkie. It's China's to lose now. They've already established about a 40-meter lead.
Yeah, Kai really striding on. Two-time medalist. Bronze in the middle distance. He got a silver in the long distance event. Kai Jia-yun, the 21-year-old. And that's the pursuing pack.
Germany now joining on the last lap. It'll be Nico Messinger and guide Robin Wunderle. But it's looking pretty good for Jake Adikov to ski the United States into second or third. And Skupian for Poland will hand back to Iveta Farron. So these two competitors each skiing 2 laps. So 5Ks each.
Yeah, Farron off and away on the anchor leg for Poland, but the real action is up ahead. Kai Jia-yun there. And Adikov in behind.
Yeah, and Adikov is starting to catch him. Well, this is a real turn-up. Didn't think that the United States could come from that far back. But all credit to Adikov. He's skiing a great final leg. And for Canada, you've got Natalie Wilkie and Kononova for Ukraine. And the United States would regard this as a very sweet victory if they could pull it off. And he's now in front, Adikov, by a couple of seconds over Kai. And there's not far to go.
Kononova dropped way back after the earlier legs run by Rad, Bowie and Bal for Ukraine. So for Canada, Natalie Wilkie, 3 medals already, a couple of gold medals and a silver to go with her 3 medals from Pyeongchang. It's just Emily Young, actually, from the Canadian quartet that wasn't part of the squad that won the silver.
Well, Wilkie will be having thoughts about that fall that we don't think it cost her a gold medal. She was in a solid silver position, but this last descent into the start-finish area brought her undone in a previous race. She was okay about it all. And Brazil making their final changeover. And Guillaume Rocha will go out for the Brazilians.
Well, it's been very impressive to see Brazil get 4 athletes in this relay race. Adikov from Kai. He's had an excellent games as Adikov with his guide, Sam Wood, is working really hard and in a synchronicity there to just hit the front.
So Adikov stretching the lead over Kai of China, Wilkie of Canada and Kononova of Ukraine. Not much between them, but Wilkie with a bit of an edge, trying to get a lock on that bronze medal position for the Canadian team. But right now it's Adikov leading the US to potential gold here in the mixed relay. 25 minutes of race time so far. Masters, Peterson and Knosson went out ahead of Adikov. All have skied well, and it looks like Kajiyonon doesn't have too much left in the tank, might have to settle for second. Adikov just needs to stay upright through this slippery section, technically quite challenging, fast and turning, but into the straight he comes.
6th and 7th in the last 2 editions of the Paralympic Winter Games, the United States. Adikov was there, part of that squad, but they've got it right this time round by the looks of things. Adikov and Wood bringing it home for the USA. It'll be a sweet victory and a super anchor leg run by Adikov of the USA. China in 2nd place. The Canada in 3rd at present. Fantastic, the USA.
Adikov quite restrained in his celebration, a big smile, and his guide delighted as well. Sam Woods, well, they were nowhere until they were somewhere. They came from 4th to 1st in the matter of half a lap, and Kai Ji-yun brings it in 2nd for China. A good race, both teams. US just a little too strong this time. Yeah, it's a big turnaround, as you say, from 4 years ago where they were 7th. It was Kendall Gretsch, Russell Reiter and Jake Adikov. Kendall Gretsch skied twice.
They love it. And we're talking about a big change around from 4 years ago. Ukraine absolutely nowhere here. Also, the defending world champions is Wilkie for Canada. Bags the bronze. USA, China and Canada. Tremendous race that, particularly by Adikov up at the top of the field.
So a change for Ukraine after gold 4 years ago. Not quite strong enough today, but Kononova satisfied enough with the race she skied, and a smile for her rivals. It's intriguing racing, isn't it? How quickly the fortunes change as skiers from different classifications take over. And Germany up into 5th place, brought home by Nico Messinger. Dragged themselves from 8th to 5th.
Yeah, no place on the podium for Germany after a bronze in Pyeongchang. And great moments of magnanimity amongst the vanquished Ukrainians this time around, just not making it. It's about North America, this one, with the USA and Canada 1 and 3. And the US didn't have a cross-country gold medal until this very last day of racing.
Daniel Knosson, who not quite as prominent as 4 years ago, bobs up for the gold with the US team. Canada, great result for them.
USA do it. Gold medal in the mixed 4x2.5. Well played there. Oksana Masters, Sydney Peterson, Daniel Knosson and Jake Adikov, who brought it home.
There's the confirmation of the results for you. It's the United States by 26 seconds over the People's Republic of China in this 4x2.5 mixed relay. Canada, a strong 3rd, 20 seconds ahead of Ukraine. Then Germany, Poland, Japan and Brazil. Everybody finished. USA, China and Canada get the spoils.
Thank you, Steve and Andy. The quartet from the United States triumphant. They're led by Oksana Masters, who becomes their country's most decorated Winter Paralympian with 17 medals. Oksana was born in Ukraine, a child of the Chernobyl disaster. She was adopted and moved to the United States. This is her 7th medal of the Games. Right now, here are the Canadian bronze medalists after the race.
Yeah, 100%. I think we had a lot of fun doing this. a few years ago at World Championships at Prince George at home in Canada, and we were all really confident after this great week of racing as a team, and this was just about going out and having fun and doing the best we could today at the end of an excellent Paralympics for us.
Well, I think today it's definitely a special day to be able to race with teammates together, not just on the same day. A lot of what we do in their training and most through the year, through a quad, the 4 years leading into games, is together as a family, as a team, and we only get a handful of opportunities throughout 4 years to do it as a team. So it's kind of special to do it all together and work with each other's strengths and know that we can come together and get to the podium.
The surprise I felt that, I mean, not a surprise, I knew our team was really strong coming into this games, but just a surprise of how well we've done. I mean, Pyeongchang really set the bar high for a lot of us, and so the fact that we're doing just as awesome is amazing. And of course, I'm going to remember this team relay forever because, I mean, I knew we were in contention for a medal, but it was pretty sweet to win the bronze today.
4 athletes came together for bronze, and each are a great story in their own right. Colin Cameron, a tower of strength on the sit skis, nets his 3rd medal. Emily Young gets her first of these games on the last day of competition. Mark Arends and Natalie Wilkie will leave Beijing with 4 medals each. Alpine shines for one final time in Yangqing. When we come back, the men get technical. Slalom is next on the schedule at Beijing 2022.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Sport Check, proud partner of the Canadian Paralympic team.
First win, but not the last. Check. Into the spotlight. Check. Injured and out. Check. Prove them wrong. Check. Worth it? Always. When you find what moves you, it gets you through.
Gatorade, with electrolytes to help replenish what's lost in sweat. Carbs to help fuel your working muscles. And fluids to help you hydrate. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel. Scientifically formulated, so you never stop competing. Gatorade.
You can now get anything delivered with Uber Eats, but take it from me, that doesn't mean you can eat anything you get. Burger, that is an eats. Paper towels, don't eats. Bottle of vino, eats by drinking. Nanas, eats every morning. Dog toy, don't eat unless you're a good boy. Toothpaste, that's a stumper. This game just got really hard. It's an eats, but it's a don't swallows.
Take it all in. Show up early, stay late. Live your passion. Get out, get in, do more. Hold. Get the bag, keep one packed. Don't put it off. Because when we make it count, we rise higher.
To tackle climate change, we all need to do our part. That's why the Government of Canada is taking action to help protect our environment. We're reducing plastic waste. We're making our homes and buildings more energy efficient. We're building a cleaner, greener economy. Find out how you can help leave a healthier environment for our kids and grandkids. A message from the Government of Canada.
You
Start your impossible. Toyota, proud sponsor of the Olympic and Paralympic Games.
You're such an inspiration.
It breaks my heart.
You are superheroes.
Really?
Yeah, we're superheroes, all right.
For getting the kids out the door on time.
We have mortgages.
Yeah, that's what we do, mate.
We get married. We met on a blind date.
We can laugh at ourselves too.
So why the pedestals are not?
And the pity tolerated.
Only when you see us.
And we all break down these barriers
that keep us apart.
And we can build this dream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
Good vet is hard to find.
Oh, there she is.
Veterinary practice isn't all about farm animals. Pets is where the future lies.
Based on the beloved James Herriot novels, All Creatures Great and Small. Tonight at 7 on CBC and CBC Gem.
In an epic competition of miniature proportions,
Make it mini.
Pressure, pressure, pressure.
Oh, who doesn't like winning?
I'm not gonna stop.
Go tiny or go home.
who will be crowned the ultimate title of Best in Miniature?
Welcome back. Mother Nature has been kind to the Alpine field. Bright skies, brilliant sun. They shine down on the men's slalom at a course known as the Ice River. Welcome back to Beijing 2022 and the Paralympic Winter Games. Here's Summer Mortimer again. We're going to talk Alpine now. And we've seen some great Canadian performances, particularly on the part of the Canadian women.
Yes, some amazing performances by Canada's top women. Molly Jepson is just one example. She won a gold medal for Canada as the first medal in Beijing. It doesn't get any better than that.
Yep, Molly Jepson won gold in the downhill. And of course, Molly is Canada's flag bearer for the closing ceremony, which is coming up about an hour and 15 minutes from now. The final racing at Alpine will be in the men's slalom. There are 3 classifications: sitting, standing, and visually impaired. And Summer, why don't we take a look at the Lexi for the visually impaired skiers.
In alpine skiing, all visually impaired classes compete together. They can race following a guide skier and use a clock that runs at different speeds to compensate for the different classes. Canada's Logan Leach competes in this category. He is aided by guide Julien Petit. His World Cup season best performance was in slalom, where he finished 5th in San Moritz. Leach's best performance at these games was in the Super Combined, where he was the top Canadian, finishing in 6th place.
These 2 men were 1st and 2nd in the Super Combined. Italy's Giacomo Bertagnoli took the gold in that race. One of 3 medals he has won in his sophomore Paralympic appearance. And how about this guy, Johannes Einer of Austria? 2 titles, 4 medals in his first games. Einer will turn 17 at the end of April. Just a baby. There's no reason to doubt they'll do something special again. The Ice River awaits. Slalom serves up the last Alpine medals of these games. To call it, Charlie Brome and John Clark.
Johannes Aigner and his guide Matteo Fleischmann of Austria get the men's slalom vision impaired underway. 2 runs over the course of the day to decide the gold medalists, and this first pattern of gates set by Martin Makovnik, the coach of Slovakia, and these alternating red and blue gates at the moment causing no real problem for Aigner, who's in good form.
Austrian pairing displaying pretty much textbook visually impaired skiing, and Fleischmann, the guide, doing a great job of taking a very straight line but managing just to stay away from the gates, so nothing there to disturb his athlete as he follows on. And Aigner cutting very close here on the final pitch. An aggressive, attacking, and I think competitive run here.
Aigner will stop the clock in 40.22. A great opening salvo from the Austrian, who's bidding for his 3rd gold here in Beijing. The defending Paralympic Winter Games slalom champion Giacomo Bertagnoli of Italy on track with his guide Andrea Ravelli. And Bertagnoli did the double 4 years ago, looking for his 2nd gold of the games, and he has the green light.
Yeah, they're quick, this pair. They get less help from their factor, or Giacomo's factor, rather than the Aigners.
40.22, and he's inside by 6/10. The defending champion lays down an excellent opening run. Miroslav Haras of Slovakia and his guide Maros Hudik. And it's coming into the finishing pitch, 2.59 off the pace at the top of it. And getting to the bottom, 39.62. 5 seconds off the pace, going into third place after the first run.
Come on, boys. Let's go. Come on!
Logan Leach of Canada and his guy Julien Petit. And Leach, 19 years of age in a first Paralympic Winter Games. 6 seconds off the pace coming onto the finishing pitch. Oh, and gets pitched forward. Good recovery from Leach.
Yeah. Good grip from the skis there. Finding it difficult sometimes to release just in time, though.
9.2 off the pace for Logan Leach. Slides into 6th. So let's have a look at the
40.
Bertagnoli leads the way from the world champion Johannes Aigner, and Miroslav Haras, who was on the podium at the World Championships, is in third, as 11 of the 13 on the start list make it back for run 2. Logan Leach and his guy Julien Petit of Canada at the start hut with more than a second in hand over Marek Kubaka of Slovakia, our current leader in the second run of the men's slalom vision impaired. And at the first time splits, it's 1.41, so good skiing from Leach.
Second of the B3 category skiers, or classified skiers, in this second run. And dynamic skiing also from Leach. Punchy work from foot to foot. Well, that was risky there. Just a slight hesitation on the previous red made him run very straight. He's made the recovery, and it hasn't cost him much as far as I can see.
It hasn't. It's almost gained him a second. But it was risky stuff from Leach, but it pays off for him. This is good skiing.
Just need to keep the rhythm here. Get this little rhythm change through the hairpin correct. They've negotiated that well.
Logan Leach past the last red gates, and we have ourselves a new leader. 2.52 the right side of the clock for Logan Leach of Canada, who goes into top spot.
Quick look back here. Good compensation as he loses the ski slightly, drives the weight forward, manages to pick his balance up again on the following turn, chasing on after his guide, ultimately safely across the line.
Miroslav Haras and his guide Maros Hudik from Slovakia out of the start hut with just 44 hundredths of a second to play with as they try and chase down Yacine Delaplace of France, who currently leads the men's slalom vision impaired race.
Well, the standards going up and up with every race, so this is fast.
But the green light gets smaller, just 11 hundredths.
They've got to keep fighting, minimize any errors, try to avoid them. This is good through the middle part. A heavy set of the edges coming out of that red gate on the right foot. Haras makes the adjustment. He's wide again here. His left foot turn this time letting him down.
Well, he's found some time, though. He's more comfortable on the longer skis, skiing the speed events, but he's doing a great job on the short planks in the slalom.
Wide again on the gate after the hairpin. That will have cost him. The question is by just exactly how much.
1:37.15. He's in front by 0.93 of a second. Good skiing from Harris. Well, he knows he's got himself a medal because only 2 remain at the top of the hill.
Looking back up the top here, this is where he made one of his big recoveries. Lower down, a couple of other small errors coming out of this hairpin. We've seen that from a number of skiers. Gets quickly off that left foot, forward onto the right for the following turn.
Johannes Eigner of Austria and his guide Matteo Fleischmann next out of the start half with a huge 4.41 seconds of a cushion over Miroslav Haras of Slovakia, who currently leads. And Eigner looking for a 5th medal here in Beijing. What a Paralympic Winter Games these 16-year-old has had.
Very strong top section, 5.70 now, the gap at the green light. I think what they're doing here is trying to put pressure on the remaining skier, Giacomo Bertagnoli, who waits to take his turn patiently up in the start gate. And so far, the Austrians, well, barely putting a foot wrong. Eigner now round the double. Next split, what's it give him?
6.92. Eigner going through the gears, looking to add yet another medal.
Again, a high line allowing early turns. Very quick, very clean out of the hairpin. This is a flying close to this run from the Eigner and Fleischmann.
1:36.22, 9.12, the right side of the clock. Good skiing from Eigner, who has confirmed himself another medal. But what colour? This is electric skiing, isn't it?
Right on the limit. Eigner getting caught a little on the tails, but the recovery is made in lightning quick fashion, right on the heels of his guide as he crosses the line and puts himself right now in a gold medal position.
One remains at the top of the hill. The defending Paralympic Winter Games slalom champion, Giacomo Bertagnoli of Italy, just 0.6 in the bank over Johannes Eigner of Austria, who leads the men's slalom vision-impaired race. And they know they've got to go full-out attack, and that's exactly what they're doing. But is it enough? Still got the green light, but the advantage is halved.
It's a little ragged, a sort of desperate-looking top run. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, just a little untidy. Bertagnoli he's getting better, cleaner edge sets here. Now they have to step on the gas as they come to this next split. No more room for any time to slip by.
Well, he's found 600 through that middle section. This is going to be close.
Ooh, the guy gets a little twisted, recovers well before the hairpin. Here they come for the line.
1:27.1 is Johannes Eigner's time. Here comes Bertagnoli. Does he successfully defend his title? Yes, he does. Bertagnoli of Italy is the Paralympic Winter Games champion in the slalom vision impaired. Eigner threw down the gauntlet and Bertagnoli responded, and he wins a 2nd gold medal in Beijing. What a brilliant ski under all sorts of pressure.
Yeah, the Italians there rising to the occasion. You know, that really was the maximum pressure they have faced all through the games so far. And on this closing run in the men's visually impaired, Giacomo Bertagnoli puts down the best runs of these best turns rather, of these Paralympic Winter Games, and it's victory for Italy.
A 4th medal for Bertagnoli here in Beijing, a 5th medal for Johannes Eigner. Those two have been the dominant forces in the vision-impaired skiing. And huge congratulations, and deserved congratulations all round. And Haras of Slovakia in bronze. Confirmation then of the men's slalom vision impaired results. Giacomo Bertagnoli defends his Pyeongchang title with victory in Beijing. Johannes Aigner of Austria, the 16-year-old, is second. And Miroslav Haras of Slovakia wraps up the podium in third.
Great stuff. Bertagnoli said he wasn't expecting to win his second gold of these games and that he'll keep training to be even better in Milano-Cortina. Italy, of course, is the host of the next Winter Games in 2026. Johannes Aigner of Austria can celebrate with 5 medals from Beijing 2022, including a silver in the slalom. In the sitting slalom, Brian Rowland of Merrickville, Ontario in Leeds and Grenville County represents the Maple Leaf. His local club, Calabogie Peaks near Renfrew, he won silver in the giant slalom at the 2019 Canada Games in Red Deer. The skiing events there were held at Kananaskis.
Jesper Pedersen entered these games on a hot streak. He won 5 medals at World Championships in January. 3 of 5 were gold, the other 2 silver. The Norwegian took the slalom crown at home in Lillehammer. If he can do it again in China, it'll be his 4th title at Beijing 2022 and 5th medal overall. Can he do it again? Here are Charlie Broem and John Clark at the mountain in Yangcheng to bring us the call of the men's sitting slalom.
Yasmin Bamba of the United States of America, the 42-year-old in his 4th Paralympic Winter Games. He was the first Winter Paralympian for Serbia back in 2010 in Vancouver and then changed nationalities to the USA. And a chance to have a look at these opening gates set by Martin Makovnik, the coach of Slovakia. And Bamba doing well because there was an early mistake from which he's recovered.
Well, Bamber's experience showing here. He knows that the conditions underfoot are difficult. The snow's affording a bit of grip, but the choppiness now of the ruts, the same line being cut by the majority of skiers before him from the visually impaired and the standing classes, causing some sorts of issues. And again, I think that's maybe what caught Yasmin Bamba out there, just the rig starting to bounce and the ski skipping off the snow, so he wasn't able to get direction as he came onto the pitch. He's recovered it now, but time will have been lost from that error.
He had to come a long way back across the hill. But Bamba down 51.74 his time. René Di Silvestro of Italy, the 25-year-old in his 2nd Paralympic Winter Games. Here he comes to the finish now, and he's bettered Bamba's time by 9.52 seconds. Good skiing from Di Silvestro. Jesper Pedersen out of the start huts. The 22-year-old is down in a time of 41.19, and he leads by over a second from Di Silvestro. Niels de Langen of the Netherlands, the 23-year-old in his 2nd Paralympic Winter Games.
An uncharacteristic error there from de Langen. He makes a quick recovery, gets the rig back upright.
And 3.7 off the pace of Pedersen, 3rd quickest. Jeroen Kamscher of the Netherlands on track. Kamscher 2nd on the World Cup points list to Jesper Pedersen, and a real threat to the Dane. It hasn't been an ideal Paralympic Winter Games for Kamscher, but these are excellent opening turns.
Oh, yeah. Exactly where he wants to be at this point in the run. Early line, good pace under the skis. Has the rhythm, rides those early ruts very well. Here comes the vertical. 3 gates in a row, 2, 3, then 1, 2 in a row. Needs to set up, does just that. That's exactly what he needed to do coming onto the steep. And now digs in deep and tries to make more speed as he comes down towards the finish line.
Good work from Kamscher. 0.68 off the pace at the 2nd split. This is a great run, and 0.39. He finds time and puts himself in a really good position for run 2. That's more like it. Bib number 93, Brian Rowland of Canada. First Paralympic Winter Games for him after taking up the sport in 2017 and started his competitive career a year later. Pretty handy wake surfer as well. Won the adaptive category at the 2019 Canadian Wake Surfing Championships.
Yeah, the wake surfing, you know, good crossover skills, really. And good way to spend your summer months while you're waiting for the snow to come back, I guess. Rowland, a rounder line than some here. He can't afford to let it go too round, otherwise it's difficult to get all the way back across for the following gate. So maybe tactically they're being or giving the course a bit too much respect. Very heavy edge set. Doesn't seem to have found flow in this middle part. It's about really engaging with the ski now for the steep, because as the terrain falls away, the move from edge to edge must be made more dynamically, more quickly.
He's just getting quicker and quicker down here. Just manages to make it back for the blue gate. This is a tough finishing set of gates. Oh, and just makes it down. Well done. So confirmation of the standings after run 1 of the men's slalom sitting race. Jesper Pedersen of Norway leads the way from Jeroen Kampschner of the Netherlands, with René Di Silvestre of Italy in 3rd, Suzuki Japan 4th, Niels de Langen of the Netherlands 5th. The athletes will go in reverse order in the 2nd run. So Richard Dumity of Hungary, who was 27th quickest after the first run, will go first, and Pedersen will go last. Brian Rowland of Canada, the next to go, bib number 93, first Paralympic Winter Games for Rowland. And another who is relatively new to the sport, having started in 2018.
The split time light's really rather irrelevant at the moment. We're a long way away from the top 10 in medal positions, but Rowland misses out on that one. That's a shame. He couldn't just get a little more direction. There's a bit of a hole in the previous gate. He's tried to ski his way around the edge of it, but ultimately too low in the line on the exit.
Niels de Langen of the Netherlands with bib number 64 in his 2nd Paralympic Winter Games. 3rd in the slalom at the World Championships in January of this year, and de Langen really giving it out there as he gets the rig almost on its side, but he's still got the green light.
Well, we know nobody skied this top section cleanly. It's going to be a case, I think the medals will be decided by minimizing mistakes and still taking risks. De Langen just unable to carry the momentum. He's had to put in a number of small checks. He's never actually ground to a halt, but those mistakes are measured, but will be measured by the clock.
Well, he's extended the lead to 3.19. De Langen doing a good job, but these are the money turns.
Yeah, a lot of work still to be done. In above the hairpin, out nice and early, cleans up these lower turns. Some of the best we've seen from him in the whole run.
Well, these need to be clean. They are clean, and we have ourselves a new leader by 4.62 seconds. De Langen, 5th quickest after the first run. Asked the question of the 4 remaining at the top of the hill.
Oh, he gave it everything. He's absolutely exhausted there in the finish. The first little braking recovery maneuver up on the top, lower down, dropping the rig right as deep as he dares, goes from here to the line, and the Netherlands are in command here.
René Di Silvestro of Italy with bib number 61, 3rd quickest in the first run. He was 2.67 seconds faster than our current leader, Niels de Langen. And Di Silvestro, 25 years of age, in his second Paralympic Winter Games. And he's come to a stop, and he's out of medal contention, you would think. I would say so, but he was going so fast on that top section, the advantage gone, but by a lot less than I was expecting, to be honest. That, as we said, he came to an absolute stop, and yeah, he's now digging deeper. A lot of determined turns on our screen here. Tries to stay high and tight with the line, chops these gates off right at the bottom, looking for that shortest way down the course. Well, 0.38, the wrong side of the clock. He's found some time, so maybe there is a medal to be had for Di Silvestro. But there's another big error, and surely now the chance of the medal is gone.
Yeah, big slide onto the blue gate. It may even have been technically a straddle or an improper passage of the gate.
And down in second place, but there's two more to come. But De Langen knows he's got himself a medal.
What a fight of a run this was from Di Silvestro. First problem up here, he gets flicked around by the gate after dropping low in the previous turn. Lower down at the top of the pitch, the rig bucking underneath him. He does an amazing job of keeping some kind of control. Well, one for the gate judges there, I think.
Jeroen Kampschreur of the Netherlands, the second quickest after the first run, and the Dutch athlete with something to prove here, trying to deny his big rival Jesper Pedersen of another gold. And these are excellent opening turns from Kampschreur, who now leads by 4.26 seconds.
We're looking at the remaining two competitors. No question the two best sit skiers in the world at the moment. Kampschreur lets it slide just when he was trying to widen the turns, running onto the gate very heavily. A close run thing. He keeps it going though.
Got to put that behind him. Got to try and forget about it. It's up to 5.32, but he's really putting it out there, and he's down.
Back up again, is he? Yes. He's such a determined competitor. He won't give it up without a fight, but looks like he's going to have to call it a day here.
Well, huge disappointment for Kampschreur as he skis out of yet another race here in Beijing, and it will be no medal for him. Well, that looked like a straddle.
Yeah, that was his first problem up on the first of the tourney gates. It did look at full speed. It looked slightly dubious, and certainly in the slow-mo there, his tip was the wrong side of the gate. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter because Kampschreur having to give it up there in the middle of the pitch. He's given it his all. He's absolutely exhausted there at the side of the hill with one competitor left at the top.
Jesper Pedersen of Norway, the quickest athlete after the first run in this men's slalom sitting race, has an advantage of 3.7 seconds on our current leader, Niels de Langen of the Netherlands. Now, Pedersen looking for what would be his fourth gold medal here in Beijing.
And looking strong here, looking in command of the situation. It was a little bit ragged, I would say, the first 10 gates or so. Oh, this is the one that did for Jeroen Kampschreur, but Pedersen keeps it going, running very late in the line, but just punching his way through these turns, hanging in there.
5.75, the right side of the clock. This is such a tricky finishing pitch. He's got enough in the bank if he can successfully negotiate them.
Yeah, he's settled it down nicely for these closing turns. I think he knows he's got enough in hand. Last difficult turn here. Pedersen in command of this situation.
Pedersen 1:37.18, the time to beat, and he's inside by 6.08 seconds. And Jesper Pedersen of Norway wins his fourth gold medal in Beijing. Niels de Langen takes the silver, and René de Silvestre, after a big error, takes the bronze. But de Langen is delighted, as is Pedersen. What an epic ski from Jesper Pedersen of Norway.
You know, what a competition in this men's slalom sitting category. It's so difficult out there. Everybody deserves the maximum respect from competitors, officials, spectators alike. A quick look back at Jesper Pedersen's winning run. It really was a wild ride. Lots of mistakes, but he compensated well, kept fighting. More of a rodeo than anything else, it looks like here. Last few turns, though, he knew he had it in his grasp. Pedersen takes the victory once again for Norway.
So confirmation then of the men's slalom sitting results. Jesper Pedersen of Norway takes gold medal. Niels de Langen of Netherlands the silver, and René de Silvestre a hard-fought bronze in what was a brilliant way for the Beijing Paralympic Winter Games para-alpine skiing to come to an end.
Jesper Pedersen becomes the most successful athlete of these games with 4 gold medals. His thoughts were with his late father, who took him skiing as a 2-year-old suffering from spina bifida. I don't think there are many parents who have done that, he said after the race. In standing slalom, Arthur Boucher was 4 for 5 in Beijing. The only time he failed to reach the podium, he was 4th in the Super G. They will be celebrating his 3 gold medals in the French Riviera. He was born in Saint-Tropez. Time to salute a legend of cross country. Medal or not, Brian McKeever will ski off into the sunset, but he'll be hard to catch. The cross country open relay and a chance to make history coming up on Beijing 2022.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Bell. The network you choose matters. Get on Canada's best 5G network.
Hey, the gold medal event's on soon.
It is?
Yeah.
The event's about to start!
Or we can just watch it on the 5TV app.
Watch anywhere on any device with the 5TV app.
Hi, honey. I got called into work last minute. I'm sorry. Don't forget to eat before the game, okay? Love you lots.
This is family. What we learn from play, we learn for life.
Stop. Just for a moment. With all the moving we do, maybe we've forgotten how joyous movement can be. Movement belongs to all of us. And no matter who you are or where you're from, we can help you get to wherever you need to go. And before you know it, you're on a great journey, moving from who you are to who you will become.
Toyota, start your impossible.
Train for your true calling with the Canadian Armed Forces. A message from the Government of Canada.
shot just getting inside the gate. Now there's that smile again. There we go.
Hoy te he mirado sin quererlo, te he mirado a mi lado pasar. Me tuve que tragar el sentimiento, no supe de tu aliento, no más te vi pasar.
Just because anything can now be delivered with Uber Eats does not mean you can eat anything. So stop thinking that not food is food. Got it? Food.
And I'm constantly being let down by you. I need you to be there for me this time, okay?
When it's time for reliability, it's time to Toyota. Check out our latest offers at shoptoyota.ca.
This is my friend, John Watson.
Friend? Colleague. That's how you get your kicks, isn't it? You risk your life to prove you're clever.
Something big's coming, isn't it?
Brain used to use sexy.
You like the funny cases, don't you? The surprising ones.
Obviously. When the police are out of their depth, they consult me. I told you how this ends.
Who are you? What do you do?
The name's Sherlock Holmes and the address is 221B Baker Street.
Now you know, presented by Toyota.
My name is Natalie Wilkie, and here's something that you may not know about me. My favorite training snack is Sour Patch Gummies, and I always have a bag with me. Awesome fuel. I'm Natalie Wilkie, and now you know.
Now you know, presented by Toyota.
Sour Patch Gummies, awesome fuel indeed for Natalie Wilkie. Turned it into 4 medals, 2 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze in cross-country skiing at these Paralympic Winter Games. The final race coming up from Zhangjiakou. Back with Summer Mortimer, and you know what? This is a chance, and you'll appreciate this, Summer, a final chance to see a Paralympic legend in Brian McKeever.
Yes, 20 years experience. That's unheard of in Paralympic sport. I'm a summer athlete. The only other athlete that I know who's done this is Benoit Huot with 20 medals, and Brian McKeever having 20 medals. It's just incredible.
Both of them absolutely fantastic athletes. All right, we'll get a chance to see Brian one final time in the open relay. This is 1 man and 1 woman for each team, and they will ski 2 legs of 2.5 kilometers each.
Somewhere Gerd Schoenfelder will be watching this race, and he'll be uniquely qualified to understand what it takes to get to this point. Brian McKeever can break his gold medal record today with a win, and if he does so, it'll be in partnership with Brittany Hudak, who will get to know the feeling that Brian knows oh so well in taking the top step of the podium for the very first time. Let's head to the National Biathlon Center, where Andy Bodfish and Steve Robiliard have this historic call.
Canada will lead us out. McKeever and Hudak both to ski twice.
Yeah, and of course, Brian McKeever, he's locked with the great German, the Alpine skier Gerd Schoenfelder on 16 golds. He could become the most decorated male winter Paralympian of all time here, McKeever, going with Hudak, who is also a medalist. United States, Ukraine, China, Norway, France, Japan, Kazakhstan, Great Britain, Italy, Germany and Poland. It's a deep and strong field across the board here. So McKeever will be guided by Russell Kennedy and Brittany Hudak there. A pair of bronzes from this week in Beijing to go with a bronze from Pyeongchang 4 years ago. We're all set to go then. The last race in the para cross country at Beijing 2022. It's the open 4x2.5 kilometre relay. Expect it to be fast, frantic and furious. They're away.
Yes, and a mass start, a little bit unusual for the Paralympic Winter Games cross country. And it's the guided skiers out front. Makiva for Canada, Nelson of the United States, Swako of Ukraine, and Shuhi of China. And then they've got Norway, France, Japan, Kazakhstan, Great Britain, Italy, Germany, and Poland. So a big field, and they're skiing actually across two different laps, the sit ski lap and the standing lap, 2.5 Ks in both instances. So the guided skiers getting away a bit more quickly, hence their position at the front of the field, and that's the safest way to get it underway. But, the sit skiers at the back will be handing over to faster skiers for their teams. But Makiva, you mentioned an astonishing record. The most medals won by any Winter Paralympian is actually a Norwegian woman, Ragnhild Myklebust. Between 1988 and 2002, she won 27 medals, of which 22 were gold. 3 silver and 2 bronze. That's a record unlikely to be toppled. But Makiva not far off it.
No, he's up there now with the great German para-alpine skier Schoenfelder on 16. Had an 18-year Winter Paralympic career, did Schoenfelder, but Makiva has taken it on. And in terms of the individual races, earlier in the cross-country competitions in Beijing, he swept it again for the 4th straight Paralympic Games.
Couple of laps,
winning over the 3 distances. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it's really no test for these skiers to do 2 laps of 2.5. So Makiva will hand over to Hudak before he skis again, and Brittany Hudak will finish it off for Canada. And likewise for France. They're just going with Davier and Chalençon. Davier just quite close to the lead there, off to the left in bib number 6. And the small figure of number 1 next to his 6 means he's the first skier. Likewise with Makiva, with the big number 1 signifying Canada is team number 1, and the smaller digit indicating this is the first leg.
Yeah, Makiva as well. He said that this is going to be his last Paralympic Winter Games at the age of 42. So we're watching the swan song as things stand now, but we know that a lot of these Winter Paralympic skiers can go deep into their 40s, some even competing in their 50s. And, well, we'll believe it when we see it. Makiva calling it a day.
Makiva makes his way into the stadium, a handy lead for Canada, and he'll be handing over to Brittany Hudak. The exchange happens in separate lanes. Once Makiva passes his finish line, Brittany Hudak can set off. And off to the right of the picture as we look at it, the next skiers are waiting. And that group of people to the right there, he finishes, so Hudak can go. And she's on the circuit now.
Canada leading then. Makiva and Brittany Hudak between them will try and bring this home. Hudak has a pair of bronzes, the individual biathlon event, and in the cross-country. She was 3rd in the long distance. Also on the podium 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. We're seeing the rest of the changeovers here, the first changeovers. Next to go for Ukraine, Grigory Vovchinsky, 5th in the Pyeongchang event, and 4 medals here for Ukraine.
Back towards the front of the action, Vovchinsky and Chalençon, Ukraine and France. See if Hudak is still in the lead for Canada. She's actually back in 3rd there. You can see her coming into view now.
It was Chalençon in hot pursuit as well. Yep, so that's Brittany Hudak. And getting away for Poland, it's the VI racer Paweł Nowicki.
So Vovchinsky with just a lead of a couple of seconds over Chalençon, so they've both moved past Canada's Hudak. She'll give the race back to McKeever. I hope to put them back in front again. We'll see what happens. It's a wide range of percentage classifications here. 19 percentage points between Hudak and McKeever. A fair difference in speed for these two, but she's doing a great job to hold on for third, but actually Nilsson's gone past her for Norway.
He was part of that team that finished 5th in Pyeongchang Wawczynski. So too Kovalevsky, who will go last, but next to go for Ukraine, that's Vasyl Kravchuk, a rare athlete for Ukraine, who's not been able to get on the podium in any of his individual events so far, but tasked with keeping the lead here for Ukraine in this open 4x2.5 kilometre relay race, the last of our races in either para-biathlon or para-cross-country at these 13th Paralympic Winter Games in Beijing.
Davier's back out onto the course for France. China getting a big cheer as they complete the second lap, and halfway through, and going out this time for China is Mao Zhongwu.
Well, I think this is where we expect the Chinese to eat into the gap at the top. Mao Zhongwu, he has a gold medal in the middle distance event, an outstanding sitting athlete, 2 silvers as well in the sprint and long distance. So he's been on the podium in the individual events in which he's competed, the 35-year-old from Dalian, and we will keep a keen eye on China's time. 43 seconds down, so there is significant work to do, but Mao and Yu Shuang, who will go last for them, certainly have the speed.
McKeever moving through the field and past Mao Zhongwu. Might be difficult for China, considering the number of skiers who've gone past him, but they'll have a quick finish. China from Yu Shuang, a guided skier, and he'll be helped today by Wang Guanyu at the next and final changeover. So McKeever trying to get to Canada back into some kind of contention, but it's Davier, Kravchuk who are leading it at the moment. McKeever on our screens has moved back up into second spot for Canada. He's sweeping through the field, and it will be Brittany Hudak who skis again for Canada to do the fourth leg.
Well, she fell off the pace a little bit. She couldn't quite build on the advantage that McKeever had handed her in the first changeover. We shall see what Hudak can do over the final 2.5K of this race. But Davier has put the French in pole position here.
He's being encouraged home here. It's these last few metres he has to ski, and then it's over to Chalençon again. Let's see what he's got left in the tank.
So just look at this lead, all on his own as he leaves the changeover. Anthony Chalençon to 4th places earlier in these Beijing Paralympic Winter Games for Chalençon, but Davier and Chalençon, they delivered the World Champs silver medal for France, and now it's looking very, very good for an upgrade, possibly to gold here for the French.
Well, they've now got a significant lead. Davier gets himself out of the way as McKeever comes through, and Hudak sets out once more for Canada. And that lead is 42 seconds, and Hudak is unlikely to make much of an inroad on Chalençon. It'll be down to someone else like Kovalevsky.
Well, you fear a little here for the Canadians, because Kravchuk has put in a shift as well to hand over to Kovalevsky, the guided athlete who will anchor the Ukrainians. And last to go for the Norwegians, that's another VI athlete, Thomas Oxhall. Wow, look at this. The lead has come right down. Kovalevsky chasing in now on Chalençon. What a finish we've got in store here. Kovalevsky for Ukraine, hunting down France.
Well, the lead was 40-odd seconds for Chalençon at the changeover, and it's dwindled to just over 9. So Kovalevsky is mounting a roaring finish here. And skiing for China is Yu Shuang.
A bronze medalist in the individual event, the 18-year-old. And Hudak hasn't been able to maintain the pace for Canada. Just slipped back down to 5th place, and Kovalevsky. Oh, Chalençon can feel the breath of the Ukrainian on the back of his neck, and coming past to take the leads.
Well, a lot of energy in the effort of Kovalevsky. An astonishing last leg he's skiing with guide Alexander Muchkin, and they're now in the lead, and what's seemingly it'll be impossible for anyone to catch them at this late stage. Chalençon trying to keep it together for a medal for France. But this could be a memorable last day of competition at the cross-country for Ukraine. Little look over the shoulder from the guide for Kovalevsky. Muchkin, see if Chalençon has found something extra. It's unlikely.
Yeah, looking very good now for Kovalevsky, who has this race in the palm of his hand for Ukraine. 2 cross-country gold medals thus far, 8 in the biathlon, 28 all told across the Paranordic races at these Beijing Paralympic Winter Games. Chalençon seriously tiring now, and it must be disheartening to see Kovalevsky absolutely ripping it up ahead of him. He's been dropped and then some here by the Ukrainian anchor leg runner Anatoly Kovalevsky.
Well, Ukraine at the last handover were in 4th position and a minute down, so they just really astonishing last leg, and congratulations to them as Kovalevsky settles in for this friendlier part of the course.
Yeah, Kovalevsky, he brought them in 4 years ago in Pyeongchang, but outside the medals in 5th place. But the improvement is clear, and in part makes up for the disappointing showing in the mixed race a little earlier. But they've done it here, the Ukrainians. Suyarko, Vovchinsky, Kravchuk and Kovalevsky have managed between them to rip up the challenge of the French and throw it up, put it in the bin, take the win themselves.
And in cross-country, it'll be a 3rd gold medal for Ukraine, behind Canada's 5 and China's 7th. And the arms are aloft for Ukraine and for Kovalevsky.
What a finish. What a finish from Kovalevsky to destroy the challenge of the Chalençon of France. And between them, they've done it. 7th place in the World Champs in Lillehammer, but here, a gold medal. And the Chalençon ultimately brings home France 25 seconds down. He couldn't do it. He couldn't work with Davier to keep that lead.
And it's Norway and Oksal coming across the line into the bronze medal position.
So ultimately it wasn't to be for Makiva or Hudak, but some nice comfort there for Brittany Hudak, with Canada finishing in 6th place.
And there's the confirmation of the result. Ukraine 25 seconds to really turn things around in that final leg. France and then Norway.
Competing with so much uncertainty, turmoil, and tragedy back home, Ukrainian athletes have been incredible in Beijing. Their triumph in the open relay, the 11th gold medal of the Games, their best ever showing at the Paralympics. Here's what Brian McKeever and Brittany Hudak had to say after their 6th place finish to close out these Games.
It's amazing. I love this team, and it's an emotional time for sure. It's been a long time, and I'm here because of these guys and the whole team. That's why I stayed, and that's why they can't get rid of me either. So I'll be around, and I'm just proud to be able to race here at Brit. And yeah, it was fun. It hurt in a good way, and it hurts now in a good way. But yeah, I'm really proud of us. It was a great Games for the whole team.
I think the team atmosphere that we have, it really makes it for me, and getting to finish the Games racing with Brian for his last race is just so great. I've looked up to Brian so much as an athlete and a person, and it's so nice to finish this way.
Pretty nice. 6 Paralympic Games, a 20-year span, and there was no let-up for Brian McKeever of Canmore. Here's the tale of the tape. 16 gold medals, 20 in all. He will retire in a tie for most all-time Paralympic Winter Games titles for a male, and also some very tired but extremely valiant guides you have to be to hang with Flying Brian. Hats off to Russ Kennedy and Graham Nishikawa. Canada scored 14 medals in Nordic sport at the Beijing Games. Maple Leaf men and women superb on snow yet again. We've got more to come from Beijing 2022 in just a moment.
The Paralympic Winter Games, Beijing 2022, are brought to you by Toyota.
Yeah, you're doing it. Slowly.
This really is the stuff of Olympic dreams.
Brian, we have found that you have a condition known as Stargardt macular degeneration. There is no treatment.
Right. Take it.
Toyota. Start your impossible.
Take it all in. Show up early. Stay late. Live your passion. Get out. Get in. Do more. Hold. Get the bag. Keep one packed. Don't put it off. Because when we make it count, we rise higher.
First win, but not the last. Check. Into the spotlight. Check. Injured and out. Check. Prove them wrong. Check. Worth it? Always. When you find what moves you, it gets you through.
To tackle climate change, we all need to do our part. That's why the Government of Canada is taking action to help protect our environment. We're reducing plastic waste. We're making our homes and buildings more energy efficient. We're building a cleaner, greener economy. Find out how you can help leave a healthier environment for our kids and grandkids. A message from the Government of Canada.
Gatorade, with electrolytes to help replenish what's lost in sweat. Carbs to help fuel your working muscles. And fluids to help you hydrate. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel. Scientifically formulated, so you never stop competing. Gatorade.
Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in mine, baby, don't ever look back. And we can build this dream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
Hey, the gold medal event's on soon.
It is?
Yeah.
The event's about to start! I gotta get home!
Or we can just watch it on the 5 TV app.
Watch anywhere on any device with the 5 TV app.
What's happening? I was being murdered before our very eyes.
What on earth is this device?
We call it cellular telegraphy.
I've retrieved the transmission of the murder. It's been recorded. What's this now?
It could be the killer's icon.
Comes out I'm supplying a smuggler. I will go propane to keep this place open.
I won't get caught.
We are supposed to create our own opportunities.
Accept what you are.
What I am is a star.
I want to get the porters into a union.
These people have the kind of power you can't fight.
Well, I gotta try.
But it's Jackson who is celebrating at the bottom of the hill.
Believe in yourself. Don't ever give up, you'll win this time. It's your chance. Show what you got now. Don't ever give up, never back down. Just raise your hands, be proud. Through the rise and falls. You're the hero we call.
Yeah, pretty strong performance from the Canadian pair.
It's your dream. You made it this far. Don't let anyone bring you down. Through the rise and falls. You're the hero we call.
Absolutely dominated by Tyler Turner from the top.
Makiva has done it. 16th Paralympic Winter Games individual gold medal. Double gold for Wilkie.
You're a champion.
Our Paralympic Winter Games theme song, Champion, composed by Paul DeRosa. Some great images there. Back with Summer Mortimer. You know, so many great champions over the course of the games, whether you win a medal or not. But let's take a look at Canadian production at the games. 24 medals with one more to come. We don't know whether it's gold or silver in ice hockey. That's just shy of the total from Pyeongchang 4 years ago, which was 28 medals. What's your read on that total in the Canadian performance?
I think it's a super successful performance for Team Canada. Every Paralympic Games is its own story. It's not exactly fair to assume that countries are going to get the same medal performance at the next game. You have athletes who have retired. You have up-and-coming athletes breaking ground. Overall, given the past 4 years, I think Team Canada did superb.
Absolutely well said. Let's take a look at how the Canadians won all those medals. Once again, Nordic skiing leads the way for Canada. 14 of 25 medals come from cross-country and para-biathlon. Brian McKeever, 3 gold medals. Natalie Wilkie has 2. The future holds more promise for Canadians on snow and ice. Canada won at least 1 medal in every one of the 6 winter disciplines for the first time at the Games. Now we bring it all to a close with the ceremony from the Bird's Nest and Summer. This is an interesting time for all of the athletes. It's a time of reflection, really, isn't it?
A time of reflection and a time of celebration. This marks the time for the athletes to look back on all they've accomplished, whether it was what they set out to do or what they didn't end up doing. But they get to celebrate with their teammates and celebrate with their friends from all around the world. And it marks the start of preparations for the next 4 years.
It's a very important time. I want to bring in now our colleague, Devin Haru, who is at the Bird's Nest in Beijing. And Devin, I know it's been a closed loop, but you have managed to get around and to see the athletes, to see them perform, and it is a very important time for the Games to close.
Good morning to you, Scott and Summer. Hello, Canada. Yes, it was a Games that started in controversy, and tonight there is certainly a celebratory feeling around here. An extraordinary Games, and the thing that really sticks out to me is emotion. Such emotion at all of these venues. You could see the weight of all that these athletes have been through, training through a pandemic, competing at these games without friends and family in the stands, and tears. Just a vulnerable outpouring of emotion. You saw it today in other venues. You saw it at the curling venue that I was at a lot. Just tears. They so badly wanted to celebrate with family and friends, and yet they pushed on. They persevered. So, Scott, this is going to be a celebration here tonight. These athletes really shining when it mattered most.
I want to ask you one quick question. You know, we heard some of the fans from China at the curling venue that you spoke of. Is there going to be a little atmosphere in the stadium tonight, Devin?
There certainly is, Scott. They're waving flags here already. 61 medals for the Chinese here. They have delighted their fans, and they're loving every minute of it. I expect more of the same here in the Bird's Nest tonight.
Great stuff, Devin. We'll look forward to the closing ceremony. And the closing ceremony flag bearer for Canada is Alpine skier Molly Jepson. Won a gold medal in the downhill. She called being named flag bearer the honor of a lifetime. And here's a little bit more about Molly and what it took her to get to this place.
My family's pretty cool. It's my mom, my brother, and I. They're the most supportive people ever. I would not be here without them. I'm sure every athlete can say that, and I'm really proud to be part of this family. My mom, actually, she grew up in Calgary and started skiing in Banff because my grandfather was one of the founders of Sunshine Resort. My mom's family is big skiers. How I started racing, that's a whole other thing. I'm not even sure how that one happened, but my family has always been skiers, and so I started skiing at the age of 2. My mom helps me every single step of the way, whether I'm in Europe and having trouble staying on top of everything else going on in my life. She's there, picks me up from the airport every single time I fly home, makes sure that I'm supported and eating well at home, and makes everything happen, makes the ball roll. My coaches are a huge, huge, huge part of why I'm here today. They push me to be better, and they helped me when I was not doing my best after injuries. My strength and conditioning coaches, of course, who spent every single day grinding it out with me in the gym, would not be here without them either. I think the Whistler community is extremely supportive. I'm really proud to grow up in Whistler and to be skiing in Whistler and be surrounded by so many athletes, because I think the more I'm surrounded by athletes and amazing athletes, the better athlete that I am, and Whistler community really develops those. I'm super, super proud to be Canadian, and it feels amazing to represent Canada, especially in a snow sport.
Sobeys, official grocer of Team Canada. Feed the dream.
Molly carries the flag. The closing ceremony is next from Beijing.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Petro-Canada. Supporting Canada's coaches and athletes is one way we live by belief.
When it's time for safety, it's time to Toyota. Check out our latest offers at shoptoyota.ca.
Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in my hand, baby. Don't ever look back. Let the world around us just fall apart. Maybe we can make it if we're heart to heart. And we can build this dream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now. And we can build this dream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now. Nothing's gonna stop us. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
Danica, defense. Yara.
A new challenge.
Reese, defense.
Check.
Adriana, defense. Eva.
Proving myself. Check. It's not always easy. Check. Did I ever dream of this? Every night. When you find what moves you, it gets you through.
Train for your true calling with the Canadian Armed Forces. A message from the Government of Canada.
1.5 meters of hardwood and fiberglass. 250 square meters of ice. All mean nothing until someone brings them to life. To forge the unbreakable and defy the impossible. Humanity drives everything. And it's what inspires us at Toyota. Because everything in this world is ours to bring to life.
What? Lipstick? Uber Eats? Oh, it tastes like purple.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Bell. Watch anywhere on any device with the 5 TV app.
Welcome back to Beijing 2022 and the closing ceremony of the 13th Paralympic Winter Games. The performers are turning on the record player to celebrate record performances at these Winter Games.
Gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to all the Paralympians.
女士们、先生们，让我们为本届冬残奥会的运动员们喝彩。
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the People's Republic of China, His Excellency Xi Jinping, and the President of the International Paralympic Committee, Mr. Andrew Parsons.
女士们、先生们，现在欢迎中华人民共和国主席习近平先生、国际残奥委会主席安德鲁·帕森斯先生、
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
女士们、先生们，请起立，升中华人民共和国国旗，奏唱中华人民共和国国歌。
The athletes will arrive next. The 13th Paralympic Winter Games continue in a moment.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Sport Check, proud partner of the Canadian Paralympic team.
Excited or are you scared?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Courage. What we learn from play, we learn for life.
Gatorade, with electrolytes to help replenish what's lost in sweat. Carbs to help fuel your working muscles. And fluids to help you hydrate. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel. Scientifically formulated, so you never stop competing. Gatorade.
To tackle climate change, we all need to do our part. That's why the Government of Canada is taking action to help protect our environment. We're reducing plastic waste. We're making our homes and buildings more energy efficient. We're building a cleaner, greener economy. Find out how you can help leave a healthier environment for our kids and grandkids. A message from the Government of Canada.
Just because anything can now be delivered with Uber Eats does not mean you can eat anything. So stop thinking that not food is food. Got it? Food.
Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in mine, baby, don't ever look back. And we can build this dream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
Hoy te he mirado sin quererlo, te he mirado a mi lado pasar. Me tuve que tragar el sentimiento, no supe de tu aliento, no más te vi pasar.
You're such an inspiration.
It brings
breaks my heart.
You are superheroes.
Really?
Yeah, we're superheroes, all right.
For getting the kids out the door on time.
We have mortgages.
Yeah, that's what do, mate.
We get married. We met on a blind date.
We can laugh at ourselves too.
So are the pedestals or not?
And the pity tolerated.
Only when you see us.
And we all break down these barriers
that keep us apart.
At Toyota, our lineup of electrified vehicles is always growing. We're evolving the ways we move so that every Canadian has a choice towards a more sustainable future. One that includes the all-new, all-electric Toyota VZ4X. Because every electrified vehicle we build at Toyota brings us all closer to a better future.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Toyota. It's time to cheer. It's time to Toyota.
Welcome back to our coverage of the closing ceremony from the Bird's Nest in Beijing. Shui Ron Ron, the mascot for these games, the traditional Chinese lantern, and the volunteers lead the athletes into the stadium, and they will all gather in the integrated space summer of the record player. This is not like the opening ceremony where each nation comes in individually. They come in en masse to a closing ceremony and gather together.
A parade without borders, again focusing on competing with each other instead of against each other. Now they're getting to celebrate carrying the flags all together. It's amazing.
And on the floor of the Bird's Nest, the face of the earth, where the athletes from 46 nations, nearly 600 athletes at these Paralympic Winter Games will gather, and each sends their flag bearer in. And for Canada, the flag bearer is Molly Jepson, the 22-year-old Alpine skier from West Vancouver, British Columbia. And wasn't she great, winning gold in the downhill? She won 4 medals at the Games 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. Here come the athletes. Brazil leads the way. There's Israel competing at its first Paralympic Winter Games, and there is Molly Jepson, the Alpine skier. She called it the honor of a lifetime. Well, let's send it to Devin Haru, who's at the Bird's Nest. Devin, what have you got?
Scott, obviously a night of celebration here, but for the Ukrainian delegation, a lot of fear, a lot of concern, and a lot of questions. And I'm learning tonight that the International Paralympic Committee is providing all resources available to first get the Ukrainian athletes out of China safely. But they're also not revealing where the athletes are going from here. As you can imagine, this is so sensitive right now. And so the IPC not saying where the athletes will head from here. But Scott, I'm given every assurance officials behind the scenes are doing everything they can to ensure the Ukrainian delegation is taken care of.
Yes, Devin, a very sensitive situation indeed. But as you mentioned at the top, celebration also for Ukrainian athletes who topped the table in biathlon, winning a staggering 22 medals in that sport. 8 gold, 9 silver, 5 bronze. The Ukrainian athletes, under very difficult circumstances, Summer, competed so well at these Paralympic Winter Games.
Yes, and I think it's so important that they came, they performed, they did what they set out to do, which is show that they're strong and united. Just incredible performances all around.
And Chinese athletes have performed so very well, and theirs will be the last flag bearer to enter the stadium. But China won an incredible 61 total medals at these games, 18 of them gold. They won that big bronze medal in para ice hockey, their first appearance in that sport at the games. And there is China coming in to the stadium now. And remember, the Chinese won only one medal previously at the Paralympic Winter Games in their country's history. That was gold in Pyeongchang in wheelchair curling, and they repeated that gold medal here at home in Beijing. Back-to-back winners in wheelchair curling. The athletes now mingle center stage. As we say, it's such an inclusive environment and feeling of coming together at the end to celebrate.
It's so refreshing to see a closing ceremonies be so organic in its celebration. The athletes look like they're comfortable, having a great time. And like you said, China had some incredible performances. 5 medals on day 1 of competition, and then a solid competition throughout this Paralympic Games. Hopefully we see them with more medals in the next 4 years.
Magnificent stadium, the Bird's Nest. Ode to Joy is the background music which welcomes the athletes. Very appropriate. All of them have come through so much just to get to these games and to compete peacefully and together. And the ever-present symbol of the snowflake, which has dominated the Winter Games both at the Olympics and at the Paralympics.
I love seeing the volunteers and how friendly they are with the athletes. They're so happy to be there. They're so happy to be a part of this wonderful moment. Seeing them high-five the athletes, that's pretty special.
And that will be a big part of the closing ceremony, will be a recognition of the volunteers who have all worked incredibly hard over the course of the last 6 weeks at both the Olympics and at the Paralympics in order to ensure that the games were conducted safely for all of the athletes.
And the recognition of volunteers, that was introduced for the first time ever in Beijing back in 2008. It's come full circle. I'm sure it's going to be a really special moment for China during these closing ceremonies. There goes Shui Ranran with all of the flag bearers off of the world onto the next part of the ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the newly elected members of the International Paralympic Committee Athletes Council.
女士们、先生们，欢迎国际残奥委会运动员委员会新当选委员。
Just do it, Canada, Para-Alpine Ski.
加拿大残奥高山滑雪运动员 Just do it.
Canada's chef de mission, Josh Dueck, a newly elected member of the IPC Athletes Council.
挪威残奥越野滑雪运动员 Birgit Skarstein.
Two fantastic athletes who have done so much for the Paralympic movement in their countries.
祝贺国际残奥委会运动员委员会新当选委员。
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome representatives of the volunteers of the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games.
女士们、先生们，欢迎北京2022年冬残奥会志愿者代表。
And here's the recognition of the volunteers we spoke of, Summer. The many thousands in Beijing who worked so hard over the course of the Games.
Volunteers with and without disabilities showing inclusivity in not just competing for the athletes, but as a whole Olympic and Paralympic unit.
由新当选的国际残奥委会运动员委员会委员代表全体运动员，向北京2022年冬残奥会志愿者表示感谢。
Each volunteer representative will be presented with an ornament of Shui Ron Wan, the lantern which lights the way, and flowers. Couldn't think of a better representative than Josh Dueck. As you say, he's done so much for the Paralympic movement, not only in Canada, but internationally. A Paralympic champion, sit skier, pioneer, and talked about the ability of the Paralympic Winter Games to ignite passion, but also to unite people.
Inspiring and motivating dreams is what this is all about. You see the beautiful agitos in the back. Those are made of ski poles that are lit up. How incredible of a display is that?
Ode to the Volunteers, Beijing 2022, and the closing ceremony will continue.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Petro-Canada. Supporting Canada's coaches and athletes is one way we live by the lead.
Train for your true calling with the Canadian Armed Forces. A message from the Government of Canada.
Start your impossible. Toyota, proud sponsor of the Olympic and Paralympic Games.
Hey, the gold medal event's on soon.
It is?
Yeah.
The event's about to start!
Or we can just watch it on the 5TV app.
Watch anywhere on any device with the 5TV app.
First win, but not the last. Check. Into the spotlight. Check. Injured and out. Check. Prove them wrong. Check. Worth it? Always. When you find what moves you, it gets you through.
Take it all in. Show up early. Stay late. Really late. Live your passion. Leave an impression. Commit. Get out. Get in. Embrace the moment. Hold, hold, hold. Ah. Overdo it. Do more. Leave less. Breathe. Get the bag. Keep one packed. Don't put it off. Because when we make it count, we rise higher.
And we can build this dream together, stand strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
The CEBL's Edmonton Stingers rep Canada at Pan America's Premier Club competition. The Basketball Champions League America's Tournament, only on CBC Gem.
Hi, we've been waiting for 10 minutes, I'd say.
Listen, Toots, I'm on a smoke break.
Did you just call me Toots?
I take it you're seeing lots of something?
No one that needs introducing.
And it was Andy, right? Yeah,
Andy,
that's what it says in the spreadsheet. Worth a repiece?
Maybe.
Make a difference in the lives of Canadians with a disability and help make sport accessible to all. The Para 50/50 is open to residents of Alberta and Ontario 18 years of age and up. Visit para5050.ca and get your tickets today.
Welcome back to the closing ceremony of Beijing 2022, and now the ultimate expression of emotion at the Bird's Nest, the Call of Love.
When I am down and all my soul so weary, when troubles come and my heart burden be, then I am still waiting in the silence until you come and sit around with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I
Four visually impaired singers with a beautiful rendition of You Raise Me Up. In this performance, over 60% of the performers are with disabilities, and they're joined with 6 sign language interpreters and nearly 200 hearing impaired sign language performers. How powerful is that, Scott?
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Paralympic anthem.
女士们、先生们，请起立，降国际残奥委会会旗，奏国际残奥委会会歌。
Next, the handover ceremony to Milan-Cortina as the closing ceremony from the Bird's Nest continues.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Sport Check, proud partner of the Canadian Paralympic team.
Teamwork. What we learn from play, we learn for life.
To tackle climate change, we all need to do our part. That's why the Government of Canada is taking action to help protect our environment. We're reducing plastic waste. We're making our homes and buildings more energy efficient. We're building a cleaner, greener economy. Find out how you can help leave a healthier environment for our kids and grandkids. A message from the Government of Canada.
Stop. Just for a moment. With all the moving we do, maybe we've forgotten how joyous movement can be. Movement belongs to all of us. And no matter who you are or where you're from, we can help you get to wherever you need to go. And before you know it, you're on a great journey, moving from who you are to who you will become.
Toyota, start your impossible.
Hoy te he mirado sin quererlo, te he mirado a mi lado pasar. Me tuve que tragar sentimientos, no supe de tu aliento, no más te vi pasar.
Gatorade. With electrolytes to help replenish what's lost in sweat, carbs to help fuel your working muscles, and fluids to help you hydrate. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel. Scientifically formulated so you never stop competing. Gatorade.
You can now get anything delivered with Uber Eats, but take it from me, that doesn't mean you can eat anything you get. Burger, that is an eats. Paper towels, don't eats. Bottle of vino, eats by drinking. Nanas, eats every morning. Dog toy, don't eat unless you're a good boy. Toothpaste, that's a stumper. This game just got really hard. It's an eats, but it's a don't swallows.
And we can build this dream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
Oh, hey Carl, back already?
When it's time for fuel efficiency, it's time to Toyota. Check out our latest offers at shoptoyota.ca.
Name something you wish would stop buzzing.
The buzzer.
The buzzer.
Family Feud Canada, Monday through Thursday on CBC and CBC Gem.
War in Ukraine.
This entire country is dedicated to the singular goal of survival.
I'm really scared, but you know, I'm just hoping for the best.
For up-to-the-minute coverage, stay with CBC News.
The People's Republic of China in 2022, Northern Italy, Milan-Cortina in 2026. The next Winter Games promise to be spectacular, and now the handover ceremony.
蒂娜单配佐市市长詹皮耶克罗吉迪纳先生。
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic flag handover ceremony.
女士们、先生们，国际残奥委会会旗交接仪式开始。
The mayor of Beijing hands the Paralympic flag to the president of the IPC, who entrusted it to the vice mayor of Milan and the mayor of Cortina d'Ampezzo, the hostess cities of the next Paralympic Winter Games.
请北京市市长陈吉宁先生将国际残奥委会会旗交给国际残奥委会主席安德鲁·帕森斯先生。请安德鲁·帕森斯先生将国际残奥委会会旗交给下一届主办城市米兰市副市长安娜·斯卡吴佐女士及科尔蒂纳丹佩佐市市长詹皮耶克罗吉迪纳先生。
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Italy.
女士们、先生们，请起立，升意大利国旗，奏意大利国歌。
Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia se desta dell'elmo di Scipio, se cinta la testa, dove la vittoria le porga la chioma che schiava. Fratelli d'Italia, l'Italia se desta dell'elmo di Scipio, se cinta la testa, dov'è la vittoria, le porga la chioma, che schiava di Roma, il Dio la creò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Hey!
请坐。
Before the first rays of sunlight, before we know our own name, inside of us, we already know the power of light. This is us, the defiant ones. We are fearless, unstoppable, breakers of boundaries. We travel the world. We aim high. we aim further. We know change starts with sports. Together we inspire, transform the perspective. We are ready to shine again, again and again, and change the world we live in. Now you know who we are. We are the best part of you. We bring the light. We are the light.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president of the
Milan-Cortina in 4 years' time. The closing ceremony of Beijing 2022 will continue in just a moment.
And the president of the International Paralympic.
The Paralympic Winter Games, Beijing 2022, are brought to you by Toyota.
You're doing it slowly.
This really is the stuff of Olympic dreams.
Ryan, we have found that you have a condition known as Stargardt macular degeneration. There is no treatment.
Right. Tricky.
Toyota. Start your impossible.
You got this, Dad. Always growing. What we learn from play, we learn for life.
Gonna stop us now.
Train for your true calling with the Canadian Armed Forces. A message from the Government of Canada.
You can now get anything delivered with Uber Eats, but take it from me, that doesn't mean you can eat anything you get. Burger, that is an eats. Paper towels, don't eat. Bottle of vino, eats by drinking. Nanas, eats every morning. Dog toy, don't eat unless you're a good boy. Toothpaste, that's a stumper. This game just got really hard. It's an eats, but it's a don't swallows.
Canada take the gold medal. They have absolutely dominated.
I think it's Robson who's got the stronger finish here.
There we go.
Turkish shot just getting inside the gate. Now there's that smile again.
I'm alive! Can't stop, I'm afraid.
Are you happy now?
Now we're talking. Today is a day everything changes.
Just have a good time.
Cheers to that.
Welcome back to the closing ceremony from the Bird's Nest of Beijing 2022 and the 13th edition of the Paralympic Winter Games. Back with Summer Mortimer. We're going to hear the speeches very soon, and we heard a strong message from IPC President Andrew Parsons at the opening of the Games.
Yes, it was such a powerful message about peace. There's no place for war. Athletes competing with each other instead of against each other. Let's see what he has to say during closing ceremonies.
All right, so as the Games close, the official speeches.
Your Excellency, President Xi Jinping and Madam Peng Liyuan, President Andrew Parsons, dear athletes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends. The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games is coming to an end. Over the past 9 days, we have witnessed countless moments of Paralympians pushing beyond their limits in pursuit of excellence. These touching moments will become beautiful, unforgettable memories that we will all deeply cherish. Here, on behalf of Beijing 2022, I would like to congratulate all the Paralympians. You have fulfilled your Paralympic dream with a steely will. With your optimistic and dashing attitude towards life, dignity derived from equality and self-reliance, and power of tenacity and fortitude, you have once again showcased to the world the unique appeal of the Paralympic Winter Games. I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to the Paralympic family members, whose support is indispensable for the success of the Games. I want to thank friends from the media who have captured and shared with the world the splendor of the Paralympic sports. And I want to thank the medical workers, volunteers, and all other support staff whose hard work and excellent services fully demonstrate to our guests from around the world the hospitality, sincerity, and friendliness of the Chinese people. It is the concerted efforts of all of you that have made a simple, safe, and splendid Games possible. During the 9-day Games, Paralympic athletes have strived for excellence to realize their dreams in Beijing. The success of the Games speaks volumes about the power of solidarity and inclusiveness. Let us continue to carry forward the Paralympic values of courage, determination, inspiration, and equality. Promote greater advancement of the well-being of persons with disabilities, and work together for a brighter shared future. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Andrew Parsons, President of the International Paralympic Committee, to speak.
Your Excellency Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China, President of the Organizing Committee, Tsai Chi, athletes, sports fans across the globe, tonight we must close the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. After 3 successive games in Asia, the Paralympic movement is bigger and stronger. Our vision for inclusion through parasport more meaningful and more needed than ever before. If Beijing 2008 started a new chapter of growth for the Paralympic movement, then Beijing 2022 has marked a new dawn for the Paralympic Winter Games. You promised simple, safe, and splendid. You deliver stunning, secure, and spectacular. Awesome organization, vibrant venues, and sensational sport, the hallmarks of great games here in Beijing. For sure, China has set the benchmark for all future Winter Games. For certain, China is now a Paralympic winter sports powerhouse. 祝贺你中国! For this, thank you to the Organizing Committee, the National Paralympic Committee of China, the national and local authorities, and most of all, the Chinese people. 谢谢! To the 9,000 volunteers, you have been the heartbeat of these games. Your enthusiasm energized and empowered us all. 这样就业非常给力。Thank you to the 46 participating national Paralympic committees, international federations, technical officials. Your astonishing efforts made these games possible. Thank you to OBS, OIS, the world's media, commercial partners for amplifying the impact of these games. Your coverage and campaigns will not only help advance the lives of China's 85 million persons with disability, but the 1.2 billion that make up 15% of the world's population. Thank you to the Team IPC. 2 games in 7 months, an heroic effort. I'm so proud of you. To the athletes, during the most difficult of times, your performances shone brightly. Rather than rely on history, you created it. On ice and snow, you produced moments of magics and moments to savor. In the face of adversity, you showed strength in diversity. As proud Paralympians, you thrilled, you surprised, you inspired. You displayed determination, courage, and skill. You show new levels of resilience and respect. You play hard, but you play fair. You turn your talents into triumphs. As beacons of hope and champions for peace, your actions spoke way louder than words. In the Paralympic villages, there were different nations, different views, different abilities. Differences here did not divide us. They united us together for a shared future. Through this unity, we have hope. Hopes for inclusion, hopes for harmony, and importantly, hopes for peace. The feeling of hope is part of the human experience. Humankind hopes to live in a world where dialogue prevails. Our movement, the Paralympic movement, hopes world leaders be inspired by the actions of Paralympians. Finally, the time has come for me to declare the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games closed. I call upon Paralympic athletes all over the world to meet again in Milan-Cortina, in Italy, in 4 years' time, where once again you will inspire and excite the world with your sporting excellence. Xie, thank you very much. Muito obrigado.
Well, the moment that so many athletes never want to see, the flame goes out at these Paralympic Winter Games. And what an extraordinary time it has been in Beijing over the last 10 days. Well, the snowflake motif throughout these Winter Games. No two snowflakes are alike. You know, Summer Beijing promised to deliver safe and secure games. Andrew Parsons called them spectacular, stunning games. Do you agree with that?
Oh, it was absolutely magnificent. I mean, look at that firework display. How incredible. And snowflakes, there's nothing better to represent Paralympic athletes. Each are unique, each are individual, and beautiful and powerful together.
Well, there's no question that these games of Beijing in 2022 were significant games, and I want to bring in Devin Haru, who is at the Bird's Nest, to talk about the significance of that notion. They were important games, Devin.
Memorable to be sure, Scott. What a beautiful scene inside the Bird's Nest. We talked about it off the top. So emotional, these games, and the Canadians delivering the second best performance by Canadian athletes at a Winter Paralympics ever. Inspiring to be sure, and the notes of congratulations are starting to pour in. In fact, I just received a statement from Minister of Sport, Pascal St-Onge, who calls the performances of the Canadians awe-inspiring, and of course giving a special shout out to the greatest, one of the greatest ever, Brian McKeever. Earlier today here in Beijing, I had a chance to speak with Chef de Mission Josh Dewick about the success of the Canadian athletes here. Here's part of that conversation.
It's been incredible. You know, there's no script for being the chef, and certainly no script for these times, but it's been amazing to be up close and personal with the athletes, experiencing their routine and ritual as they build into the games, seeing them perform, and then also being here to celebrate the games itself and how great of a job the local organizing committee has done building the venues and just supporting the athletes so they can perform to their potential. So it's been an honor.
49 Canadian athletes, and I think you've been everywhere. I think you've seen all of them. What is the sense from the Canadian team about how these games went? Seems to me it was another successful games.
So far, I'd say we're doing pretty good. You know, we never brought out the measuring tape to see how far we wanted to go, how many medals we wanted to collect. But what I can say is that given the unique circumstances, the athletes have really bonded in ways that maybe we've never seen before. So that in itself is a pretty significant win. And of course, when we work together, there's been this really unique elevation from, one venue to the next. So curling's had their rise, and then Nordic is certainly just showing us how to the synergy with that team, the ladies and how they feed off of each other, the elder statesman of Brian McKeever. We've seen wonderful performances in Alpine. Snowboard, let's talk about snowboard for a second. Like, they've been in the game since Sochi 2014, and finally the venues are allowing the athletes to show what they're capable of, and Canada taking home 3 of our first medals. Lisa with the first ever, and then Tyler followed up with gold and bronze. So it's been amazing.
You mentioned the unique circumstances. The pandemic has wreaked havoc on so many people's lives. These Paralympians, so resilient, have persevered through all of this. But it's been a challenge, hasn't it? So to be here seems like such a win as well.
Yeah, I feel like just arriving here was a pretty significant weight off of everybody's shoulders. The last 2 years have been incredibly difficult for everybody. And part of our North Star that we've created as a team is to elevate, motivate, and unite. And we see that as a really important altruistic measure in terms of we're here to perform, we're here to represent our flag. The maple leaf, I know every athlete's so proud to have that on their chest. And at the same time, we know that we want to elevate people through our life and actions. We want to motivate people to move and be active because we know how important that is for physical and mental health. And of course, we want to unite people in ways that now more than ever is needed. So the team it's bonded in a great way.
Canadians meeting the moment on this grand athletic stage. One more point, Scott. I had a conversation, a part of that conversation about pay equity. Earlier this week, I wrote a story about the fact that Canadian Olympians receive money for medals. Canadian Paralympians do not. Josh and I talked about that. He said it's past due that we close that gap, that we make it equal. And from all of what I'm hearing on the ground here in Beijing, Scott, this will be the last game cycle that Canadian Paralympians do not receive financial reward for making it to the podium. So times are changing. The Paralympic movement is growing all the time, and pay equality is coming in Canada.
Great stuff, Devin. Yes, absolutely. Equity and inclusion are central to the Paralympic movement. And Summer, you can weigh in on that, given your experience as a Paralympian at many games.
Yes, I was rooting for this 10 years ago in 2012 in London. Canadian athletes, the Olympians, get medal money for gold, silver, bronze. Paralympians got a piece of paper thanking them. You see it all around the world, different countries. The Netherlands is inclusive. The United States just jumped on board. So many different European countries already have equal pay for Olympians and Paralympians. They're inspiring. They're doing the same work. Why hasn't it happened in Canada yet?
A champion is a champion. There's no doubt about that. And the movement continues to grow. The 2022 Paralympics have been pulled off successfully. IPC President Andrew Parsons, when we come back.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Bell. Pure fiber internet, the fastest internet technology.
Hey, the gold medal event's on soon.
It is?
Yeah.
The event's about to start!
Or we can just watch it on the 5 TV app.
Watch anywhere on any device with the 5 TV app.
1.5 meters of hardwood and fiberglass. 250 square meters of ice. All mean nothing until someone brings them to life. To forge the unbreakable and defy the impossible. Humanity drives everything. And it's what inspires us at Toyota. Because everything in this world is ours to bring to life.
Danica, defense. Yara.
A new challenge. Check.
proving myself. Check. It's not always easy. Check. Did I ever dream of this? Every night. When you find what moves you, it gets you through.
Take it all in. Show up early, stay late. Live your passion. Get out, get in, do more. Hold. Get the bag, keep one packed. Don't put it off. Because when we make it count, we rise higher.
To tackle climate change, we all need to do our part. That's why the Government of Canada is taking action to help protect our environment. We're reducing plastic waste. We're making our homes and buildings more energy efficient. We're building a cleaner, greener economy. Find out how you can help leave a healthier environment for our kids and grandkids. A message from the Government of Canada.
You can now get anything delivered with Uber Eats, but take it from me, that doesn't mean you can eat anything you get. Burger, that is an eats. Paper towels, don't eats. Bottle of vino, eats by drinking. Nanas, eats every morning. Dog toy, don't eat unless you're a good boy. Toothpaste, that's a stumper. This game just got really hard. It's an eats, but it's a don't swallows.
At Toyota, our lineup of electrified vehicles is always growing. We're evolving the ways we move so that every Canadian has a choice towards a more sustainable future. One that includes the all-new, all-electric Toyota VZ4X. Because every electrified vehicle we build at Toyota brings us all closer to a better future.
We've got tin spaghetti or perfect feast.
No.
Come on, 1 to 10.
10.
Raccoons, they're back.
Why am I here?
Because I want you to learn a valuable lesson.
Which is?
That raccoons don't like the smell of ammonia and urine, and the price of coyote urine has skyrocketed. Back up, you're in the splash zone.
Make a difference in the lives of Canadians with a disability and help make sport accessible to all. The Para 50/50 is open to residents of Alberta and Ontario 18 years of age and up. Visit para5050.ca and get your tickets today.
The Paralympic movement embodies the abilities of human beings.
Pre ľudí s hociakým postihnutím, takže vidieť možno tú odhodlanosť, motiváciu a tú silu tých športov.
Being a Paralympian means I'm a top sportsman, I'm an athlete.
Ça véhicule des super belles valeurs, des valeurs de résilience, des valeurs d'acceptation et puis les valeurs du sport en général.
It doesn't discriminate against anybody. It gives everybody the opportunity to get out there and compete, whether you're in a wheelchair, whether you're able-bodied, or whatever it might be.
There's a lot of camaraderie on the ice. It's something that everybody can do together.
I'm someone who proves the world wrong about disabilities and being the best version of myself.
The old adage says is the Olympics are where the heroes are made, but the Paralympics are where the heroes go. So you need to tune in and watch the Paralympics. You're going to see some amazing achievements this week.
Welcome back. Well, Summer Mortimer knows what it means to be a Paralympian, and Summer, you know what it means to see change and change for the better. And I guarantee you, you've seen change for the better at these games, right?
Yes, for sure. You see so many athletes talking about how representation matters. Change starts through sport. And you've seen so many incredible performances over this games. Athletes standing up for what's important in the world, competing with each other as a global unit. Media coverage is growing. Sponsorship and endorsements, as well as pay equity, that's been on the rise the past few years. The Paralympics have a great wave that's continuing to be stronger.
One of the people who is leading the movement of change in the Paralympic movement is the president of the International Paralympic Committee. That's Andrew Parsons. He had a very strong message at the outset of these games. He's maintained that throughout. And Andrew Parsons had a chance to speak with our Devin Haru earlier in Beijing.
Andrew, just a few months ago, you and I had a conversation in Tokyo in the midst of a pandemic, and you said these were the most important games. Now, a pandemic and war in Ukraine. Where do you put the priority of these games?
I think these games are of monumental importance because it's about the message of course, inclusion that the Paralympic Games always send, pandemic, so resilience, athletes being trained under very challenging circumstances, but of course, we hope that we have sent a message of peace. You know, it was not something only I mentioned in the opening ceremony speech. All of our athletes, the teams, they wanted to express peace, they express solidarity to the Ukrainian team here. So I think these games have been super important, maybe the most important or relevant Paralympic Winter Games we ever had.
I don't have to tell you, it was a precarious start. Were you prepared going into this for the difficult conversations that were ahead?
No, I think it was the combination of all the different messages, so they were really strong, really sound. So we thought, look, we need to listen to our own membership, because it's what we do, you know, we listen to the membership. I think if there is one thing I'm proud of have achieved in the last 4 years, was to make the membership closer to the board or closer to the IPC. So to us, it's a normal thing to dialogue, but of course, in 14 hours, there was a very united voice saying, change the decision.
You did get to this conclusion, but there was a lot of frustration. And you pointed to the Constitution and that there was nothing in the Constitution initially that allowed you to make the decision you finally got to. How frustrating was that?
Not frustrating. Yes, you think you're doing the right thing, but our movement said, look, we want more. We want more. So we went to a very, let's say, to a point where we thought it was reasonable, and the membership said it's not enough. So it was not frustrating. I think it would have been frustrated if after 2 weeks or after the games, we realized, look, that was the wrong decision. But to be able to have this united opinion and to give a response so quickly, I think it was not frustrating. Of course, it was tough, it was difficult, but I think we reacted very quickly. And at the end of the day, we could have games here that sport, let's say, took center stage after the opening ceremony.
I'm thinking back to the harrowing journey the Afghan athletes took to get to Tokyo, and obviously it was a harrowing journey for the Ukrainian athletes. What was the IPC's role in ensuring that they arrived in Beijing safely?
We were in coordination with them the whole, let's say, journey. It was not easy for them. I think all credit to them. You know, we don't want to say, look, we played a major role in this, we played a major role in that. There was a lot of coordination here, but their journey was just amazing. You know, I keep repeating that. I hope people write books, they do movies about it, because it was incredible what these guys have been through just to be here and compete. Of course, they're putting together an incredible performance, but who could predict that, you know, given the fact that, you know, their countries, their families, we have people here who their houses have been, you know, destroyed, and they are still here competing. It's an incredible display of resilience, you know. It's probably one of the strongest stories in sport, not only in Paralympic sport, you know, ever. So, again, I hope people remember these stories forever.
And you have had a front row seat to it all. You've been at medal ceremonies, you've awarded medals. Has there been a poignant moment that has stuck out to you throughout all of this?
Yeah, you always try when you're presenting medals, of course during pandemic is a bit different because of the distance and so, but you always want to say something to the athletes, you know. Sometimes they're so euphoric that they don't really listen. So what I try to say, wish all of them, and there was a sweep, I presented gold, silver and bronze Ukrainian athletes, was to, you know, I wish peace for your country. That's what I can say at this moment in time. And some of them smile, some of them, of course, they don't speak English, I don't speak Ukrainian, but I think they felt like, look, this guy is wishing me something positive, peace. Probably he's the guy who spoke at the opening ceremony. So it was a good exchange, but I just think they are probably in a state of mind that they cannot really absorb everything that is going on at this moment, you know, because there's a combination of, I just won a medal, I'm making my country proud, you know, but I know what is going on there. And it's by the minute. So you know your friend is there now. You don't know in the next 5 minutes if your friend will be alive or not. So I can't even start imagining how this mix of emotions that they are feeling. So you try to, you know, say things that will give them at least a bit of comfort. But, you know, what they are being through now is just beyond my imagination, for example.
I know you understand your platform. That speech you gave at the opening ceremony, how much pressure did you feel in that moment to deliver a speech that really sent a message?
We know that the opening ceremony speech is a very important one because you set the tone for the games, you set the tone for, look, this is what our organization, our movement wants from these games, or this is the end of a 7-year journey. And so in that moment, it was clear that we needed to send a message of peace without being, let's say, over-aggressive or harsh, because then we'll be doing what the aggressors are doing, and we don't want to do that. You know, I think the message of peace, and I said I defended dialogue and defended, you know, peace. So you cannot promote dialogue if you're not in a position of, look, yes, I'm defending peace, but I'm defending dialogue. So I want this to be not an aggressive statement. So that's what I thought. I didn't feel pressure, but of course it was the message that needed to be said, and I think it was the message that the Paralympic movement wanted me to convey: peace, and not, you know, let's fight this, let's fight that. We want peace.
There is still a lot of work to be done. You have said the governing board is going to be meeting specifically to talk about the future of the Belarusian and Russian athletes and their participation in future games. What should we be watching for? What is the timeline of all of this?
Well, we have to call a general assembly in order to be able to suspend or terminate the membership. So according to our constitution, now it's a 6-month period. But I think the good thing is that we will put this in the hands of the membership. So the membership, the General Assembly, is the supreme decision-making body, even stronger than the board. So they will make the decision. We will propose, we'll give them options and say, look, it's in your hands now. What do you want to do? As in some way we did here. You told us to not enough, go stronger. We did. So you have the power, the ability to make decisions.
Where do we go from here? It's been an extraordinary stretch of 2 games in about 6 months, and so many of us in our personal lives and organizations have just been in survival mode. But now you have a chance to hit pause. So where do we go from here? What's next, Andrew?
Well, I think we are in a very important moment of the organization. We just changed the constitution, tried to reflect a new moment of the Paralympic movement. So I think we have a lot of work to do, because it's not only not only every 2 years. In between, we have a lot of happening, national competitions. We have world championships. So I think we need to keep on the momentum. You know, I think we just finished an Asian tour, 3 editions here in Asia. I think it was important to be here. We strengthened Paralympic sport in this part of the world. We are going back to Europe now, Paris and Milan-Cortina. So it represents a different, every edition of the game represents a different opportunity to us. I think now we want also to be seen as an organization that promotes change. For years, we needed to try to strengthen the concept that we are a sport organization, elite sport. These athletes are athletes, full stop. I think now is the moment when we are relevant enough as a movement, because of what the athletes do, to start promoting change outside the world of sport. And this is where we want to be positioned, because we believe that the future of sport is somewhere in between purpose and entertainment. It needs to be exciting, it needs to be cool, it needs to be something you want to turn the TV on or go online and, oh, I want to watch it. But I believe the future generations, they want more. They want purpose. They want love. This is very cool, but also promote, a more inclusive world. It's also as inclusive movement, and I think we are on the right track here. But again, we need to work to expand the reach of our movement.
Thank you, Devin. Terrific insight. The Paralympics run in concert with the Olympics, and that follows suit through until LA 2028 and again in 2032 in Australia. The caveat here is 2030. No host city has been announced, but Vancouver has a bid that is very active. When we return, premier performances and memories from 9 fantastic days of competition in Beijing as the Paralympic Winter Games continue on CBC.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Petro-Canada. Supporting Canada's coaches and athletes is one way we live by the lead.
Take it all in. Show up early, stay late. Live your passion. Get out, get in, do more. Hold. Get the bag, keep one packed. Don't put it off. Because when we make it count, we rise higher.
Stop. Just for a moment. With all the moving we do, maybe we've forgotten how joyous movement can be. Movement belongs to all of us. And no matter who you are or where you're from, we can help you get to wherever you need to go. And before you know it, you're on a great journey, moving from who you are to who you will become.
Toyota, start your impossible.
Gatorade, with electrolytes to help replenish what's lost in sweat. Carbs to help fuel your working muscles. And fluids to help you hydrate. Rehydrate, replenish, refuel. Scientifically formulated, so you never stop competing. Gatorade.
I think it's Robson who's got the stronger finish here. There we go. Shot just getting inside the gate. Now there's that smile again. There we go.
What? Lipstick? Uber Eats? Oh, it tastes like purple.
Hoy te he mirado sin quererlo, te he mirado a mi lado pasar. Me tuve que tragar el sentimiento, no supe de tu aliento, no más te vi pasar.
When it's time for adventure, it's time to Toyota. Check out our latest offers at shoptoyota.ca.
Hi, honey. I got called into work last minute. I'm sorry. Don't forget to eat before the game, okay? Love you lots.
we learn from play, we learn for life.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Sport Check, proud partner of the Canadian Paralympic team.
Drop. Yes.
It's going to be a sprint shootout down the home straight. Who has the sprint finish?
Back home, miss you guys.
So many great memories from 9 days of intense competition in Beijing. On the final day at cross country, Canadian men and women came together to produce another medal. Here is Summer Mortimer now with our final performance of the day.
Performance of the day, brought to you by Bell.
36 races have been run, 108 medals won over 9 memorable competition days up in the mountains of Zhangjiakou. And now the curtain comes down on the Nordic events at the 2022 Beijing Paralympic Winter Games.
On the final day of competition, Canada's para-Nordic team of Colin Cameron, Emily Young, Mark Arendts, and Natalie Wilkie took bronze in the mixed relay. With the medal for Young, every member of Team Canada heads home with hardware.
Well, I think today it's definitely a special day to be able to race with teammates together, not just on the same day. A lot of what we do in our training and most through the year through a quad, the 4 years leading into games, is together as a family, as a team, and we only get this a handful of opportunities throughout 4 years to do it as a team. So it's kind of special to do it all together and work with each other's strengths and know that we can come together and get to the podium.
They did it as a team. Canada came together for bronze in the mixed relay and the performance of the day.
Performance of the day, brought to you by Bell. Team Canada comes alive on every screen.
And now a word about the greatest of all time. You've heard a lot about cross-country skier Brian McKeever over the course of these games. He won 3 gold medals in Beijing, now has 16 Paralympic gold medals in his career. There was no sign of let-up from 2002 to 2022. Brian kept on winning, and this does not include 19 World Championship gold medals. He started these games by winning the standing long-distance event. What a career he's had. I had a chance to speak with this outstanding athlete earlier. Hey, Brian, it's been a remarkable career, all of those Paralympic gold medals, but you always deflect the credit. Who helped you make this happen, Brian?
Definitely my brother, big brother Robin. You know, we've been a team for a long time, and starting way back in 2002, and 20 years later, we're still working together, although in slightly different roles. But you know, the big thing is to have a great team, and I think we've tried to bring that up in our younger athletes as well. And I'm just really fortunate to have had Eric Carlton along the way as a guide after Robin, and now Graham Nishikawa and Russell Kennedy. So to be able to do this with my best friends is it really has helped me to keep going, and it's what keeps it fresh.
You know, Brian, you've shed a lot of light on para-sport over the course of your career. I know as you take a look at it now, it's immediately in the aftermath of that career, but is that of great satisfaction to you to have done that, to brought light to para-sport?
Definitely. I think, you know, when I look back to where we started, it was a lot of amateur sport back then. You know, there were a few of us who were training full-time professionally, but a lot of the nations, you know, people still had regular jobs and they were paying for their sport habit out of their own pockets. And over the years, you know, people have recognized that you can't win without being 100% committed. And I think that's brought a lot more funding into the programs in different nations. And we've seen the fields get deeper. And now, I mean, for sure, it's, you know, people are training at the same level as the Olympic counterparts, and it shows. I mean, it's harder and harder to win. And now, you know, you're not fighting just a couple of guys for the podium. Now the entire field is fast. So I think that's been great, and it's brought more representation to sport for disabilities, and that's important as well, to attract the next generation of kids with disabilities and show them there's a pathway to the top.
Not to harp on this, but there's been a lot of talk about no financial compensation for Paralympians from Canada who win medals. What are your thoughts on that going forward? Are you confident that that will change soon?
I don't know. I mean, it's always been this way for my generation, for sure. And I think, you know, we were just looking at the Americans are paid on the same level as their Olympians. So when you look at somebody like Oksana Masters coming out of here with 6 silver and 2 gold, and that certainly pays a lot of bills. Now, I think it's not about money either. It's just about the equality and between people with and without disabilities to a large extent. And that's something that I think as Canadians, we always look at that. We look at parity across the board. We're a multicultural society. I was certainly brought up that way. And, I'm proudly half Japanese as well. So, there's a lot of things that I've felt, we live in a great country. And so it would be nice to see that, absolutely. But I think personally for me, I've never done it for the money either. I think we always joke that in amateur sport, you'll never make $1 million, but I feel that my life has been enriched from the experiences I've had, and that's really what's kept me going. Never been about medals, never been about money, just for the love of sport.
Brian, thanks so much for doing this. Congratulations on all that you've done in your career.
Thank you very much, Scott, and thanks for taking an interest in us and the Paralympics. You've always been a big champion of ours, and we appreciate it as well.
Well, what an accomplished and articulate champion Brian McKeever is, as is Summer Mortimer. You have been a Paralympic champion, and now you're doing some wonderful work as a broadcaster. What do you see in the movement and in the games from the other side?
I think it's so important to recognize that in the Paralympic movement, there's so much variety of disability and different abilities. A lot of the athletes that you see competing have invisible disabilities. I'm one of those athletes. I look normal to most people, but I hide my disability well, and I have a different ability than some of the competitors that I used to compete with. So being able to share stories of other Paralympians and be a part of the Paralympic movement has been just an honor and a privilege.
Oh, thanks so much, Summer. And you know what? Disability is an interesting word. It seems to me that these athletes are empowered by their ability to compete in sport. It's been absolutely fantastic to work with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Summer Mortimer, a two-time Paralympic champion. And when we come back, we're going to tell the hockey story. Canada and the United States face off for gold again. Para hockey takes us out next at Beijing 2022.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Sport Check, proud partner of the Canadian Paralympic team.
First win, but not the last. Check. Into the spotlight. Check. Injured and out. Check. Prove them wrong. Check. Worth it? Always. When you find what moves you, it gets you through.
Toyota. Start your impossible.
Train for your true calling with the Canadian Armed Forces. A message from the Government of Canada.
You can now get anything delivered with Uber Eats, but take it from me, that doesn't mean you can eat anything you get. Burger, that is an eats. Paper towels, don't eat. Bottle of vino, eats by drinking. Nanas, eats every morning. Dog toy, don't eat unless you're a good boy. Toothpaste, that's a stumper. This game just got really hard. It's an eats, but it's a don't swallows.
Let them say we're crazy. I don't care about that. Put your hand in mine, baby, don't ever look back. And we can build this dream together, standing strong forever. Nothing's gonna stop us now. Nothing's gonna stop us now.
And I'm constantly being let down by you. I need you to be there for me this time, okay?
When it's time for reliability, it's time to Toyota. Check out our latest offers at shoptoyota.ca.
The Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games are brought to you by Petro-Canada. Supporting Canada's coaches and athletes is one way we live by belief.
This broadcast is presented under license from the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, further to the authority of the Canadian Paralympic Committee, and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and the Canadian Paralympic Committee.
Well, earlier in the day, the Canadian players arrive at National Indoor Stadium to fan the flames of an international rivalry. No matter the setting, the stage is always set in Para-Hockey Canada, and the United States go for gold. Welcome back to our CBC Sports Studios, Canada and the United States for gold in para-ice hockey. The Canadians are trying to erase a memory. That's of a dramatic overtime loss to the United States 4 years ago in Pyeongchang at the Paralympic Winter Games. And the Canadians don't want to let this happen again. In between that 2-1 sudden death loss and their 5-0 defeat in round-robin play, Canada lost the 2019 and 2021 World Championships. In 2019, they lost again in OT after giving up the tying goal late in the third. The U.S. has had their number, no question. Canada has won gold only once in para-ice hockey, that in 2006. The players on both sides love this rivalry.
We're basically like preparing for like a battle out there. Guys get dirty. I mean, everyone's hitting really hard. We respect each other as, you know, hockey players, hockey competitors. Like, we know each other are really good, and we know we have to bring our absolute best to win. So that's what really makes it so much fun, is just knowing you have to be at your best. And those games, I mean, we only play like 6-7 games a year against them, but those are just the best like days of the year. Honestly, they're a blast.
We know we're going to get their best. They're defending Paralympic champions for the past 3 times, and for us, we feel well prepared. We're probably the underdog, but for us, it's just a matter of dictating the play. I think in the past, maybe we've allowed them to carry the play, use their speed, and kind of take advantage of us. And I think it's up to us to have the confidence and the belief to go do that to them and take the gold medal.
Canada and the United States for gold again at the Paralympic Winter Games. To set up this hotly contested match, let's go to Victor Findlay and 2006 Paralympic champion Paul Rosen.
Well, Paul, it's a rematch of the 2018 Pyeongchang Paralympic hockey final between Canada and USA. The United States has already beat Canada once in this tournament. They shut them out 5-0 in the group stage. Is Canada capable of coming back later in this tournament and defeating USA?
100%.
Absolutely. They've got everything that they need to win this game. Both teams have solid offense, really good goaltending, real good defense. It's whether Canada can score the first goal. That's going to be critical. They have to get their mind right. It was huge scoring 11 goals and having Bridges and McGregor on the scoreboard. They definitely can beat them. Will they? I don't know.
This is a Powerhouse USA program. They've won 3 straight Paralympic gold medals in para ice hockey, looking to make it a four-peat today. Who does Canada have to be aware of on this USA team?
Well, Farmer and Roybal, obviously 100%, but it's guys like Jack Wallace and Malik Jones, Josh Pauls. There's the ones that are really coming up. And if you cover Roybal and Farmer and forget about the rest of them, they're just too powerful. It's going to take a complete effort for Canada from top to bottom, and they have to score first.
Well, Canada have never defeated the United States before in Paralympic hockey. Today, Scott, would be a good day to do so.
Thanks very much, Victor and Paul. 2 p.m. local, just hours away now at the National Indoor Stadium. Canada will take on USA in the fight to earn a para ice hockey gold medal. Coming up right here on CBC. Don't miss it. We'll see you then from Beijing 2022.
You're a champion.